Hello, everyone. We are back, and we're back in Group C. And once again, with me, it's Guy.
Nyoken, I gotta say, you just woke me up. I almost fell asleep, but
Yeah.
then you were right there.
Yep.
My alarm.
Yep. Your
Yeah,
wake up
thank you.
call.
Yeah.
I had to get you here, man, for your group because this has got some of your favorite players here. I know you're a big fan of Mr. Rush and Big Boy Light, but they're gonna be facing off versus two beasts, Best and Shuttle here. It's gonna be really tough for I think everybody. Actually, I could read some of that Korean in the group selection. Shuttle clowning a little bit. A lot of the remaining players to choose from all said they wanted to be in Group C, except for Snow. Snow said, "There's 3 Terrans in Group D. Put me in there, man. I'll make sure Protoss gets out." But everybody else wanted to be in Group C with Shuttle.
Yeah. Well, I think this group for me, I'm super excited about. As you mentioned, the two best Terran players currently are in it. Rush and Light, they've been doing so well recently, especially relative to the other Terrans. And Best, I mean, he had a really nice showing in the round of 24, and he seems like he's in really good shape. Shuttle, of course, kind of the group gesture, I would say, but when it comes down to it, he actually plays really well, and he has really good games in general. So, um, although I think he's gonna have a very difficult time in this group.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're gonna make it out of this group, you're gonna have some stellar PVT, which he does. But Light, he's so good at TVP. You think Rush, I think, is better than Light. I don't know about that, but Rush is really freaking good.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! When
Didn't
did
you
I say
say
that?
didn't you say that the other day that you like Rush better than Light?
This was like maybe this was like seasons ago, man. We had this conversation maybe like 10 seasons ago.
Okay, well I
I
feel
was
like
like, I think Rush is you know when Rush played Light in that season that had Odyssey? Remember that map?
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, in that season I remember saying, well, I don't know, Rush seems better than Light, and lo and behold, Rush beat Light.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Gypsy the Prophet. Well,
Well,
we'll see. Best, he's also very good with PVT. I actually hope we get to see some PvP here. We haven't really seen a lot of PvP the entire tournament in general. It would be nice to see something like that. We've seen a little bit of TVT. Actually, we saw a decent amount in the round of 24. So I'm excited to see Rush versus Light also.
yeah, I mean the first games are gonna be Rush versus Shuttle and then Best versus Light. And I think Light is undisputably the best TVPer right now. And I mean, he's just been doing so well. There's a reason why he was picked basically almost last. I mean, the last pick was Snow, but Light and Snow, they're basically considered the two best players right now. So I think he Best is gonna have a hard time against Light, and then Rush should be pretty favored against Shuttle. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to see a PvP later.
If we get a PvP, that means that we're going to get a TVT.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, I think I'm going to have to go with Light there in TVT because I know he got some good practice yesterday on Blitz. Do you know what happened
Yeah,
there?
yeah. Nyoken, he loves bringing out all these things. Well, guys, you know, I played him on ladder yesterday, so and we got smacked. Nyoken wants me to relive my worst memories in public. It's like he wants me to, you know, those dream. I don't know if you can call them nightmares, but let's just say they're nightmares where you're standing in front of the class
Mm,
with your pants down, or you don't even have pants on.
yeah.
That's basically Nyoken's bringing me to the front of the class and dropping my pants down,
Yeah.
and then laughing at me along with you guys. It's kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure anybody that had played that game, it would have had the same result. I mean,
Uh,
it
it
looked,
was close. Yeah, I was doing well, and then I just died.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it went pretty disastrously, but I mean,
Oh, thank you.
that's what they just do to you, man. Like everybody that's played somebody like that just gets absolutely crushed. I wanted to ask because based on that game, we've seen Light has a few guides now about going to Marine tank push. What do you think is the counter to that. Like, I see a lot of people go Vulture, obviously, but they go speed. Do you think people need to start going mines more often, or how would you
Uh,
stop it?
well, do you actually want me to go on a
Well,
big
I
rant?
don't need a rant, but is it just mines? Like, did you just
No,
have to
you
get
just need
mines?
to have tanks on time. Like he went no vulture machine shop. I had to go machine shop after 2 vultures, but I went after 3. So my mechanic, like, I just
Okay.
wasn't tight enough. But if the tank timing is there, then you just defend with tanks on your side of the map. But it
Okay.
was because it was 1 production round late. It snowballed super quickly
Yeah.
when the execution is like tight like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same issues. If you overbuild vultures and then go tanks, you're like dead. But I find it especially hard on blitz, and the reason for that is because let's say they can't just outright kill you, they just sit on the high ground
Yeah,
outside of your base, and it's like, oh, okay, so I guess the game is going to go longer, but I'm still mega dead.
that's
So
a good point. Yeah.
it's a rough map if you lose control of it.
Well, it's okay. The rematch will smack him.
Ah, I'm looking forward to that, man. I would love to see.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah, I'd love to see Mr. Light get taken down. Now you've got some tournaments coming up. You've got BSL sometime this, what is it, this week, next week?
Are you trying to talk about yourself, Nyoken? You just advanced from your group.
I did advance from my group, but and you
Yeah.
know what else? Mr. Cruiser from StarCast, he messaged me last night. Let me read off what he said. Let me open it up on Discord. Hey Nyoken, I was immersed in your games yesterday, or yeah, yesterday. I
Uh-huh.
think you need to use this ID, BSL 18 champ Nyoken. I think he could be onto something right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw the games. I'm pretty sure you were thinking the same thing. This looks like championship caliber play.
Yeah, the future champion.
Yeah,
I mean, we smacked Raz
we did.
and Tarson.
Yep, indeed.
Solid.
Thank you.
I was
I think I got lucky to
I was
avoid.
also immersed. No, you played well. You played well.
I played pretty decent in the TVT. I think the Apocalypse game versus Raz was not bad. And then, well, Dark Origin, I don't think it could have gone worse, except for my harassment. But, I
Well,
mean,
I
it's
liked
just,
how you took your tanks to go and kill a fleet beacon.
well, I scanned it and I saw there were no carriers there, man. I was like, oh, I might be able to actually get down here and kill this beacon and Stargate before
Yeah.
he completes his upgrade and gets some units. And actually, Raz told me that he didn't complete that upgrade, by the way, because I sniped it.
Yeah.
So that was pretty
And
nice.
then we lost like 7, 8 tanks.
By 7 or 8, do you mean 2?
Oh, it was just 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why I attacked, because he didn't have any interceptors. So that
Well,
was
that's
nice.
why you're in the round of 16.
That is why, man.
Hmm. Well, the
Well,
players are. I think they're giving their resolutions for today. Shuttle has a nice rant and nice monologue to
mhm.
complement it. And I think we'll be getting shortly into the games. The first game is going to be Rush versus Shuttle, so it should be entertaining.
Mhm. I'm looking forward to these games. I remember. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say I remember, but I feel like I remember a
Hmm.
statement the other day. You were talking about gasless compared to 13cc, 11 gas, 12 gas. How you didn't really like gasless. You preferred going straight gas or 13cc. Do you think we'll see a gasless from Rush here, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been watching Rush play a couple of games recently, and he seems to really prefer going gasless a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it.
Okay. Oh, we got to get it up. We got to get up into the caster
Into
screen.
the caster
Here we
booth.
are. We're right
This,
here.
yeah. Hello,
Yeah,
StarCraft
hello.
fans.
Yeah. So we're
Yeah, this is us, 6 a.m. It's not so bad. It was 5 a.m. a couple weeks ago.
yeah, 5 a.m. is a disaster. 6 a.m. manageable. That one additional extra hour of sleep really helps out. And now you can see I'm wide awake to watch these 4
Yeah.
players play.
I remember the first day we did this. I was like, "Hey, Nyoken, we should put our cams on." And then you were like, "Oh, you're gonna make me shave."
There I am, man.
Yeah.
And you didn't. You haven't done it at all. You also still don't got the green screen. You're the one that came up
Yeah,
with the
I know.
booth.
I told you I would put my green screen on, but I just haven't. It's somewhere. I probably, I think for round of 8 and onwards, I will. That's when it gets serious. No more clowning around. Guys, make sure to check out the StarCast TV
Oh, we
YouTube.
lost it.
Well, actually, yeah, we lost it, but it's okay. Well, you guys mostly are watching on YouTube. I just remembered, so make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Comment in the video, like it, etc. Ring that bell for a notification or whatever it is all these people say, and then check out the Patreon as well. Really supports, especially Krrrrzzz, who is the other side of the StarCast, functioning. He's the kind of Korean side, the guy who puts all the tournaments together. He's an amazing dude, puts in so much work, and puts in a lot of his own money to getting the all of these casts to you guys. So if you guys want to support him, make sure to check that out. Check out Nyoken's Twitch, because he's gonna stream at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Check out my Twitch, Gypsy93. What else?
I think you covered it, man. You hit all the boxes right there. We're going to go back to the ASL screen now because we're getting a rundown of the match history. At the top, it says Rush over Shuttle 2-1 in season 13. Rush over Best in season 14. Rush over Light in season 14. So Rush killing it. And then it's 1-1 overall. Shuttle versus Best in season 13. 1-1 versus Light in season 5 for Shuttle. And then 5-3 for Best over Light. So surprisingly, Light, actually kind of just barely scraping by around 50%. Best and Rush actually seem to be the favorites based on the match history here.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone would have to, maybe one day I'll be a good StarCraft historian and I would know all of these things. But I'm pretty sure Rush has had, at least recently, well, we'll get to look at his points, ASL points. He's actually ranked 3rd in ASL according to his results. And I was going to mention, I think Rush has had better results in the ASL than Light by a decent margin. I think Light, despite being considered basically the best player right now, if not Snow, actually both Light and Snow, they're considered the 1 and 2 best players, but they are definitely not the 1 and 2 best performing players in the ASL.
Yep, and we're looking at Shuttle stats here. You can see he's basically 50% across most matchups. First Protoss' lowest percentage. First Terran, actually surprisingly low based on how well I see him play in Pro League versus Terrans in particular online. I think Shuttle's definitely got a shot versus Rush here, but like you said, Rush is really, really freaking good. And with these maps, the big maps, Radion, Citadel, maps where you could see Gasless, I could see Rush opening with moves like that and just having an insane mid game, and it's going to be really hard to overpower him.
Yeah, well, Apocalypse is going to be the first game here between these two, and it is going to be only a best of 1, these opening matches. So we'll see if Shuttle has something tricky prepared, or I think most likely Rush will be playing very standard, and like the trademark Rush eating a piece of chocolate before the game, getting that sugar in, getting his brain going. Apocalypse, both players are in the lobby. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Group C.
Okay, in the top middle are Terran. It is Rush.
And on the bottom right, Shuttle.
All right, Apocalypse. We've seen some interesting openers from Terrans already. We had JYJ open with a 14cc at mid-right. Absolutely crazy. It fins off a forward gate. I couldn't even believe it. I was sitting there thinking, well, this is a free win. Ended up actually going into mid-game, late game.
Yeah, man. Command center first, dude. New meta.
I wish. Do you know how justified it would feel to know that you could go 14cc versus Protoss to pay back for the 10 years of 12 Nexus?
You 100% can, Nyoken, but you have to pick the Protosses that tend to not probe scout too aggressively or open zealots too frequently, which is a very small percentage of them, you know.
Yeah, that's you need to have a very big read to be able to do something like that. Meanwhile, we do have Pylon in the main. Nothing really unusual going on for Rush. This is going to be Gateway. Oh, no scout, so this could be one of those players that you're looking to go for 14cc. We're seeing the stat at bottom right. Overall, top Terran versus Protoss win percentage, Rush sitting at number 3. Of course, at the top is Flash. This is the rundown the past 3 seasons for Rush. He got into the round of 4 in season 16, got second in season 14, and got top 16 in season 15, and we've got, was this 12 gas?
Well, it was a gas. Looks like it was probably 12 gas. And Protoss is opening with very standard expand as well. Well, standard opening with the Gateway core. So very, nothing too tricky actually from either player.
Yep, this looks very, very normal. No zealot at all for Shuttles. It's just going to be single goon. I guess we're waiting to see if he'll go range or if he'll skip range and go straight Nexus. You know, actually, Cruiser was messaging me literally just yesterday. He had sponsored some show matches between Rush and a certain Protoss player, and Rush pulled out FD 5 games in a row. But I wonder if he'll actually try and make that move here.
Yeah, well, we'll see what his plan is here, but so far none of these players are. Well, you know, I'm surprised Shuttle is playing like this. It's very, very standard, and it's very how to say. I mean, it's just very straightforward. So, looks like Shuttle is probably feeling very confident coming into the games today.
Yep. Just wants to play a normal build, thinks he can beat you in the mid and late game, and he's definitely got the skills to do so, but Rush, he's very dangerous. There's the first goon. It is going to be, what, 21 Nexus most likely? Good drill right there, actually, to just completely avoid the probe. He does confirm the Nexus also, and there's the instant Vulture. Now, I think Rush actually only has 2 Marines, if I saw that correctly. So he is going to get down his command center slightly faster than before. However, the goon is beelining over to the left side. Okay, actually there are 3 Marines, and he will bunker most likely afterwards.
Yeah, Rush is playing very standard. I mean, both players is very safe. 3 Marines are going to be able to defend against 1 goon, especially with that SCV also getting a couple of hits in there. Vulture is out on the map.
Yep.
But the second goon is going to cover the entrance for the Protoss.
Well, unlike other maps like, you know, Polypoid, Radion, etc., Apocalypse has a very wide open natural. He's going to run right in, I think. No, he's not going to commit.
No, but this is very standard from, you know, even Protoss players are going to expect this Vulture to be out. I'm pretty sure he saw it go out onto the map, and the second goon is always there to defend against it. So far, this is pretty much what this matchup looks like. You know, in the most standard default position.
Look at that, more Marines. You know, I didn't actually ask Cruiser what he meant by FD, because, you know, FD has a certain meaning from the past. You know, it's a one base type of play. And I was like,
yeah,
there's no way Rush is one basing. But this
from
is
the bygone era of Skeleton.
Yeah, the bygone era, but here we go.
Gundam and Joyo.
Yeah, Joyo.
Well, this 1 tank 4 Marine push is very standard these days, especially around optimizing the tank timing, and it's going to hit here with mines, and more Vultures are also being rallied, so Terran is going to keep Protoss honest. You know, if Protoss was going something like 1 gate Reaver, it would be very hard to hold this, but actually Protoss is on double gateway plus observer tech, so he is going to be able to just not take too much damage here, and Terran will be able to get mines out onto the map, so again, both players kind of doing what they need to be doing at this point. This is a very, very standard game so far.
Well, it is standard for now. I'm surprised that the Vulture didn't get in and lay down a mine. 540 second Nexus. That's not very standard. That's extremely fast. And
Well,
it's... Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I think I like this from Shuttle because I think he basically just saw that he was super safe here, and you see normally Protoss would be on 7 goons right now, but he cut those 2 goons to get the Nexus that much faster, so I like this adaptation from Shuttle.
Yeah, I think this is really good. He also saw Rush build an additional Marine. Now, it doesn't really sound like much, but, you know, that 50 minerals could have gone into a faster second factory, so he knows that it was a 1 fact for longer, so he can get away with this because there's just not as much production for Rush.
Well,
now,
this was actually a second fact before Armory, so this is a really aggressive variation from Terran, so I think Rush is going to look to put on a lot of pressure, because usually you're on 1 fact Army, you're playing back here, and I don't know if Protoss is going to have enough.
Yeah, despite it being, you know, 4 Marines, like I said, it still ended up being a really fast second factory. Now, something to consider here is when Shuttle makes a move like this, he can only afford Observer. He cannot afford Reaver. So this is like all he has, just the Goons. There's no Reaver follow-up, at least not just yet. Goons taking a lot of damage. There's 3 of them actually very low. This game could get turned on its head, but Rush doesn't want to commit. Instead, he's going to run by into the natural, and now the game's getting way out of hand. However, 2 Goons pop out in the nick of time and actually may be able to shut this down.
Honestly, Shuttle's playing out of his mind. He's defending so well against this, but it's just so much pressure, and because Shuttle took that expansion so quickly, he has just that fewer units. You know, those 2 less Dragoons here really coming into play.
Yeah, look at Shuttle's econ right now. It's booming, but he's got a lot of floated minerals. Meanwhile, Rush, he's really keeping his money low. He's continuing to push here. It is, I think, still only 2 factories, though, but the Vultures get into the natural again. However, we see the Shuttle, and that makes me think that a Reaver might actually be out by now, and the tank count is kind of low. What is it, at 3? Reaver comes out, will shut down this Vulture, but these Goons can't get outside of their base just yet.
This game is absolutely crazy, honestly. Shuttle is defending by the skin of his teeth. Of course, he's taking a couple of probe losses, but he does have his triple Nexus. If he loses this 3rd Nexus, that's going to be really, really bad, obviously, for him. So let's see if he can actually hold on to this. Time is ticking, though, and the 2 tanks are laying into it. Shuttle with the Reaver might be able to pick off one of these tanks, but the turrets as well, creating a buffer area.
Oh, those mines were perfectly set up. I thought actually Shuttle would clean this up. I thought he would go, like, he has a lot of Goons. He killed a lot of Vultures for free, essentially, but he ends up letting the Nexus fall, and now he can't escape those probes. He's going to send the Shuttle... Okay, he's actually going to loop around for a full 360 here. I think this is a smart move. Now he's going to absolutely crush this army. Well, I think he is. The Reaver's got to shoot.
Yeah, let's see how well Shuttle deals with this. The Reaver does get unloaded. Scarab does connect. So far, it looks like it's very clean, and importantly, well, a couple Goons, another Goon might die, but they will clean up. Okay, that's a lot of Goons, and even more Goons going down, but looking at the supply, it's not terrible.
Yeah.
And Protoss did save most of his probes, so this is a playable position.
Yeah, it's still playable, like you said, based on the supply, but that last engagement looked like Terran got basically maximum damage. Like, his Vulture mines connected, tanks killed a bunch of Dragoons, and behind this is a 6 fact. This is what Rush likes to do when he feels like he's got an advantage. He's not playing for mid game, he's going for the killing blow. We'll see if he can make this happen.
Yeah, Rush is playing very, very aggressive this game, and even the Academy, look at how late that is. It's after 6 factories, basically, so... And it's not something you see too often, the double fact follow-up to, you know, the standard play right now. Usually it's a very quick armory, so that was a really good read from Rush. I don't know if he knew that Shuttle was the type of player to, you know, cancel the Goons to get a faster Nexus. Well, Shuttle, did he... Yeah, nice.
He's channeling his inner mini right there. Inner snow also. Ends up not really doing much damage at all. What's he kill? Like a single SCV. And Rush, who was down 20 supply, you know, 90 to 70. He's still down 20, but, you know, it's a kind of a bigger difference, or a closer army. How to explain it? It's not as big of a gap anymore because Terran's hitting critical mass. We've got the move out coming in. The question to me is, how many tanks is this? Because remember, he just lost 3. Can't imagine it being at, it's around 7, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is a really strong push from Rush. Shuttle does have the Reaver and Shuttle, but with Goliath range, it is going to be hard to micro that. He has to be super clean with the Shuttle, but I think he has enough gateways to support defense here, but it's all about how fast are his Zealots going to come, too.
Wow. Oh, man, Rush is pushing really fast, and it's into high ground, and oh, goodbye, Reaver. And this is one of the hardest parts about Apocalypse, is pushing into this high ground, but Rush is doing a good job. There's no speed on the Zealots just yet. It's just goons. There's only 1 Reaver remaining, and it's like one-shotable. That is an extremely forward tank, but the Reaver dies. This is going to trigger Shuttle to attack, but this, I think he's too late with this attack. He needed to go with the Reaver.
Shuttle needed to buy a bit more time for the Zealots to come, and for Zealot speed to finish, maybe another round or 2 from the gateways, but Rush was just too quick with this push, and the Reavers didn't really buy enough time. And now Terran's getting on the high ground. He doesn't have to push into it anymore. That's going to give him a huge advantage into this fight. And, I mean, this is such a killer position to be in. You can see how Terran's overlooking the choke from Protoss.
Yeah, this is such a bad position for Shuttle. He needs to get this Shuttle in there to dive bomb onto these tanks. But there's 4 Goliaths guarding the path. That third base, I don't know if there's actually a cannon at the third base, but those vultures could get in there potentially. There's a DT. We know what Mini can do with the DT, but can Shuttle do the same thing? Scan goes off. Answer is no. That DT got immediately blown up.
Yeah, and well, this is pretty dire straits for Protoss. I mean, on the flip side, Terran doesn't have a third base yet, but it doesn't really matter because he's at the front door. Yeah. Basically menacing both of these Nexus, and looks like Shuttle's gonna go for it.
He's got to. And this is the main the Shuttle gets taken out, but at least he unloads the Reaver. But that was a huge shot. You see those 3 goons just explode instantly, and that means Shuttle, he's gonna fall here. He's got his hand off the keyboard. GG comes out, and Rush, he will take down Shuttle here in game 1.
Yeah, and that game, clinical from Rush, I thought Shuttle was playing very well for a while, actually. He was holding on to, he was defending super well. But Rush somehow kept pushing, and he got that third Nexus, and from there, got into a killer position. And the follow-up was clean. Everything was clean from Terran. So, a very impressive game from Rush.
Yeah, it was really, really good from Rush. I don't know how he pulls out so many units like that, but he did. And his pushing speed was really fast also. Like I said, I was talking to Cruiser last night. He was telling me, or, I mentioned in the cast, like, Barracks is one of those players that sieges and unsieges really fast. I mentioned that to Cruiser, and he's like, yeah, well, Rush is the same thing. He pushes extremely fast. In fact, Koreans say, like, the way he sieges and unsieges makes it look like spider mines. That's how fast it is. Like, he just lays it down. They move, pretty quickly, and he's just on the ball, man. And we're going to be going into games 2 in just a moment. We've got Best versus Light coming up, and that's going to be another exciting one, another game on Apocalypse.
Yeah, it's going to be sick to watch. I really think Shuttle played well this game. It's funny. This was a crucial moment, but really the crucial moment was when Terran killed the third base. It was a bit. I mean, usually Protosses don't cut goons there to get the Nexus out, and 99% of the time, I think it's worth it because behind that initial push, Terran usually has an armory, not a second factory. But this one game, Rush had the right follow-up, and he put on so much pressure and immediately punished the fact that Shuttle tried to get the third Nexus that much faster. So just excellent game from Rush, and kind of unfortunate for Shuttle. But that being said, I mean, well, we're going into a break here, guys, so see you in a bit.
And we are back. We just saw Rush take down Shuttle. Now we're going to be going into best versus light. I mentioned that Koreans were saying Rush sieges and unsieges like a spider mine. I'm like, that doesn't make sense because spider mines don't move. It's actually he moves like a spider, which of course is very quick. We're getting a look at best stats here. You can see basically almost his best matchup is PVT. Of course, PVZ, his highest sitting around 60%. And he's going to need to channel some inner Super Saiyan power because he's facing off versus arguably the best TVP on the planet.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough matchup here for best, but he is really good, obviously. You know what's funny is a lot of these Protosses actually have winning records in PVZ in ASL and not so hot in PVT. You can see, I mean, Light has 60% TVP in ASL, and he did win an ASL off the back of his TVP a couple seasons ago, where he played Rain in the final in an absolutely dominant performance. And I think that was also the tournament in which he beat Bisu, if I'm recalling correctly.
I don't remember exactly, but Bisu sounds correct to me.
I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, he beat he beat Bisu and then he beat Rain. The light Bisu games were absolutely insane. It looks like the game is almost ready here, guys. Apocalypse once again is going to be the map, a best of one here between best and light to see who will go up and face against Rush and who will play down into Shuttle.
Okay, in the mid-right position, we do have the one and only, it's best.
And in the bottom left, Terran, light.
Well, we saw a six fact for the second time this season. Didn't Barracks pull out a six fact when he played versus Rain? You know,
Yeah.
late armories are kind of trendy these days. Terrans, of course, they want to get the upgrades at some point, but they don't necessarily have to have them, at the 12-minute mark that we were looking at in the past. So you think Light may pull out something similar this time?
I mean, we'll see. I think these days, TVP, the meta has had such a drastic shift. The paradigm shift has been, just huge. Before, people used to think that Terran had to sit there and get the upgrades, and the only way Terran can win is with a maxed out army. And then Protosses started playing so aggressively into that because they didn't want Terran to ever get to that setup, right? With 3 base, like 2-1 into 3-2. And Terrans realized that actually they can't get into that setup. Protoss was being so aggressive that Terran had to, prolong their 2-base play. And finally, we're at this point where Terran realizes, well, there's another power spike. Well, there's 2 points of this. One is they have to live in the mid game.
Yeah.
And then the other point is also Terran has a nice power spike in the mid game, around 100 supply, where they can definitely brawl with Protoss, around that 100, 110, 120 supply range, where Protoss isn't maxed. They're around 130, 140. So we've been seeing a lot of games getting centered around that timing, and it's been so incredible to watch how this game just keeps evolving, Nyoken. And I mean, I know because you've been playing for longer than anyone's been alive.
Yep.
But this game, even without patches, even without anything, it just keeps changing.
Yeah, well, I will mention, since I have been alive for so long, the 100 supply, 110, 120 power spike, that was the style in the Lost Temple days, man. Back with the V Gundam players, we were pulling out those types of moves. And we do actually have a gasless from Light, so he really wants some big econ this game.
Yeah, and this is a super greedy version. 15 command center, raw, right there in the natural. This would be... I mean, we saw him go for this against Bisu, if you remember, on Troy. And Bisu happened to be proxy 2 gating, so didn't work out there. But this time around, Best is opting for a very conservative opening with the core. and this is gonna pay off for Light in droves.
Yep, already has the Marine out, pushes the probe back. I was looking to see if there was a reaction from Best, seeing that this was gasless, but no reaction from him. I guess he doesn't necessarily care that much. But like you said, this is a big econ gasless. Didn't cut anything, or didn't overbuild for this, didn't waste any resources, got the 15cc down immediately. Now what's Best's response going to be? You know, is his opportunity to go for like a one base robo is come and gone. Instead he's just going to go Nexus as a follow-up. You can see Light scouting for that robo because he saw the game of Bisu versus JYJ. He does not want to face a forward robo.
Yeah, Proxy robo is a common response, but this is going to be a 23 Nexus, meaning Best has the second goon queued. It's already popped. This first goon is going to go hunting for the SCV. Basically, the goons have a bit of a downtime right now, waiting for that range upgrade to kick in. Before that, they can't really do anything because of the bunker. But once the range upgrade kicks in, I think you see Best is using this time to just make sure there's no SCVs. And now he's going to rally his goons to start hitting the bunker and get some value off of that. But can't really understate just how good of a opening this is for Terran.
Yeah, and this is really diligent scouting from Light. He scouts mid-left to make sure there's nothing hidden there. Also like Best scouting. Not only is he trying to find the SCV, but you know, what was it, like 2 years ago? I remember a game Rush did like a gasless like this on Sylphid, and he actually had a hidden factory out on the map and then just ran by vultures. So Best also has to account for that. So that's why you see him scouting everywhere. Now he's going to put some pressure onto this bunker. It's only 2 goons though, so it's not really going to do that much damage. Robo is already basically done, and we don't even see a single tank out just yet.
Yeah, and it looks like machine shop, second machine shop for Light. I wouldn't be surprised him starting siege mode soon. It's hard to hold this with just tanks, but I mean, maybe Light's feeling really confident. I'm gonna be keeping my eye out to see what is happening with the machine shops, but Best, meanwhile, robotics, I mean, double gate. There's gonna be a lot of goons, and most likely an observatory going down soon, unless that's support base, shuttles.
Yep, support bay coming in, and in general I agree, you probably want to get siege mode with this, but Light, for whatever reason, he just refuses to get siege mode. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him go gasless and he gets siege mode. Like, he's always microing his tanks, always wants to maximize his production capabilities, does not want to spend 150 minerals, 150 gas if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, you can also, you can definitely go 3 tank push here, but it requires a lot of micro, and one misstep, Protoss can just snowball the game if they snipe one of these tanks.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, if Best saw this setup where there's a turret and a Rax landed, he would jump on this tank, because the tank couldn't retreat. He almost gets it, though.
Yeah, and he does have double gate in the main to make more goons, but he's cutting the goon production to get the shuttle out, and well, by the time this 3 tank push comes, there's going to be a Reaver.
Mihai, I just got to point this out. You know, we know the dreaded 44 out of 44, but what about the dreaded 52 out of 52? So Light was supply blocked for a little bit, but he doesn't care. He's on the move right now, but this could be an anti-timing because Reaver's about to be out. In fact, I think it already is out.
Yeah, but Light is not going to be committing. I like this from Light. He's not committing to the push. He's just getting his vultures out onto the map. So just very clean defending there from Light. Does lose 1 vulture, but okay, he's going to bring the 3 tanks and 4 marines now. But Best does have a Reaver with these goons, and he does have high ground. So in my mind, Protoss should defend relatively easily here.
Yeah, a lot of times I see Light do this where he wants to get into like this weird scenario where the Reaver's attacking him and then he's attacking at the same time. But with Best just sitting here defensively, I can't imagine this working. He just lost half of his vultures for free, like literally for free. He did no damage. He kills 1 zealot, 2 zealots. The Reaver is gonna shoot. This has to be a disaster, right? These tanks can't retreat anymore.
Yeah, that was way too aggressive there from Light, and super nice hold from Best. And now these 3 tanks, well, you can see Light, I mean, Terran, all they need is a couple vultures to get inside of the Protoss' base, and it's worth it. But Best playing super well, defending absolutely great. And despite Light having such a solid opening, you know, in terms of build order selection, Best just Best just defended immaculately there. Now he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, like I said, Light really does like to punish Reavers being across the map with this timing, but I think as soon as he saw that the Reaver was just going to sit there, he needed to just accept that he's not going to get any damage done. And now he's in big time trouble. He did no damage. He lost 3 tanks. He's going to try and transition into an upgrade and fact, but Best has already got his 3rd base up and running. Well, that was a nice instant pick off of that goon.
Oh man, this is just such a bad spot for Terran. I mean, Nyoken, like you mentioned, I think it makes a lot of sense that he was probably looking for that shuttle going into his main, and he already built turrets and stuff. So you're definitely right about that. But I think it's hard to change gears once your head is in the I'm gonna push with 3 tanks and all these vultures. But there really wasn't an opening there for Terran, and he was way too overconfident, and Best defended that like so easily. And the entirety of the early game, Light just donated to Best. And you can see he's behind 30 supply now. Yeah. Once it was basically a 15 command center into Goon expand.
Yeah, I was about to say that he's down 30 supply after going gasless. Like, that's one of the biggest econ openers that you can go as Terran. I guess he still has relatively decent supply, so he's able to put down a 3rd base decently quick, but Best has put down his 4th base already. I will say this about Best though, he is someone that really prioritizes units like over tech, and that's why you see more gateways coming in for him, whereas, you know, if it was someone like Bisu, maybe I would have expected to see carriers, but that allows Light to not feel obligated to attack for a while, because of course he could just camp on his upgrades and wait for the power spike before moving out.
Yeah, but gotta say, this is a situation Light is very comfortable in, and this is probably why his TVP is the best. He loves playing the split map. He loves just drawing out the game and just playing a war of attrition. I don't think he needed to put himself into such a disadvantageous position to grind this out, but it is possible. You know, if there's one Terran that can do it, it's definitely Light. Best has everything he needs, though. He has a really nice setup to go and win this game, so we'll see if he can convert it.
Yeah, actually, okay, the Goon is gonna... He's gonna get the Observer, but he might lose 3 Goliaths for this. He's gonna lose at least 2. I did just recently see a game in Pro League on Citadel of Best versus Light, and it was a similar situation where Best just has a massive advantage. He had 3/4 of the map, and Light camped his way to victory. It's incredible what he could do on 3 or 4 bases. So Light's definitely not out of it, but Best is slowly but surely getting to max. Like, he's going to be maxed out when Terran might be at 130 supply. So Light needs to be very, very diligent with his defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Best is really good at making zealots and running them in, though. So if there's one person that can bust through Light's defense, it's definitely Best. A couple vultures coming into this 3rd base, and a couple more vultures actually going to catch the transfer from Best. So this was really good from Light, and Light, he's doing work, man. He's getting back into this game slowly but surely, but still the deficit is there. He's going to need a lot more damage than this, but I mean, that's really annoying for Protoss.
Yeah, and if you look at Protoss's vision, there's not that many observers. Like, there's a lack of vision to detect the mines. The Zealot does run for it. We'll get some more probes, man. He's doing a really good job to buy time. There's no cannon here either, by the way, so he's gonna get a couple more probe kills. I don't think these mines have been connecting, so they haven't really softened up the Zealot, but this is a decently effective move from Light. Despite all that, he's still down 50 supply. First Templars are coming out.
Yeah, Terran did waste a lot of supply to get a couple of probes, so I don't think that was, ultimately when it comes down to it, it wasn't really that good in terms of supply efficiency. Terran bought a lot of time, like you mentioned, to get more tanks out, but didn't really kill that many probes, considering he lost so many vultures, and now looks like Best has stemmed the tide, or whatever the expression is. And, you know, he's going to be comfortably macroing from here. And probably going for a bust. That's a lot of zealots.
Yeah, I don't think he can bust this. The depots are well set up. The mines are set up. Look at the tank spread. It's like, it's almost perfect, basically. So I think actually Best needs to do what he did in the early stages of the game with his Reaper, is just sit here, man. Just wait for this guy to make a move. You know, even though there's a kind of a wide ramp right there to move up as Terran, if you got Templars, you can blanket the entire ramp very easily. Just starve this Terran out.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on this one, and I was wondering what the tech follow-up is going to be for Protoss. Is it a second robotics, or is it Stargate? And he is going to go into Arbiters. So Best probably not going to attack here. It would be pretty suicidal. And it's crazy, man. I mean, Light had such a horrible opening, but still playing this game out.
Yep, and he's airtight in his main. I don't think you can really get any damage done there. I'm just most curious, how is he going to get out of this? Because if this is me, as soon as I move up, I'm probably losing my entire army. He's got his vessel out. He needs to have perfect EMPs to hit the Templars as they unload, because I can just see it now. Move up, Storm hits everything, and then the entire army gets killed.
Yeah, well, you can see this is some of the problems from being behind. Is he's lacking the Goliaths, he's lacking a bit of that gas, and well, no, I mean he has 3 Goliaths there with the vessel. This is what's kind of annoying about having such a perfect defensive setup as Terran, is it's actually hard to push across it. And all those mines there, well, he doesn't have too many tanks clumped up around them, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but we'll see. Can Best stop Terran from pushing out? I don't think so. He is trying to tech the Arbiters.
This is really good so far. I can't believe that he's doing it this well. He's baited out so many storms, taken almost no damage. He's now almost even in supply. Best does not have a huge bank. Yes, he has a lot of bases, but he doesn't have a massive bank, you know, with like 30 gateways to produce off of. And the tank count is huge, dude.
Yeah. This is 1-1 Terran, though. It's not the most oppressive upgrades. So, and now, my god, he literally sieged all over those mines. So I think he knows, obviously, he scanned the main. He sees it's probably double Stargate. He knows it's not something like a mass shuttle. Because if this was like 6 shuttles running in and just unloading zealots, we'd be dead, right?
Yeah. Well, Best is content with just sitting here, not going to engage. But now this is a scary spot, because Light got onto the high ground easily, lost nothing. He's going to get his 4th base. And I realize Best has Arbiters coming, but this is such a huge Terran army.
Yeah, and you can kind of see why Arbiters are maybe not trending so hot anymore in this matchup. It's because of players like Light. Look at how much space he's been given by Best, and somehow he gets, you know, through it. And he has EMP now, and, you know, you're looking at this, you're thinking, why did we get Arbiters? I mean, they're not even, you know, we could get Storm instead of Stasis. We could have just kept attacking. And Light just makes that unit look so obsolete. It's crazy.
Light's army is huge. I think now's the time to go. He saw that the Arbiters just popped, so there's no stasis for a few more seconds, and even if there is a stasis, it's, you know, only 1. Templar, okay, gets off an okay storm, but it wasn't really that great, honestly, and the tank count is like, what, 24 or something? Look at this.
This guy is absolutely insane, but where does he go? Does he go for Protoss's main? Well, it is 16 minutes. There's a lot of mining still going on in the 2nd and 3rd base from Protoss. So it looks like he's pushing towards Best's high ground.
By the way, Best does not have speed on his shuttle, so like if it comes in range, it's probably going to die.
Best is getting absolutely mauled.
Yeah, he's getting owned.
Yeah, this isn't even close. This is absolute destruction. Light's playing like an absolute god. Protoss is bleeding a lot of his units, and man, this Arbiter play just hasn't been paying off, and that's so many tanks.
I think he has enough energy for EMP. Yeah, if he lands an EMP, okay, that's the one that's already been EMP. Okay, this could get ugly. Where's the? There is an Arbiter somewhere that has a stasis. Yeah. If Best wants to go, he's got to go right now. There's no vultures. It's pure tank. You got to go while the tanks are isolated. There's a good EMP. Hits one of the Templars, but the Templar in the shuttle, they're finally going to unload, and they're going to start doing a decent amount of damage, but there's still so many tanks in the back.
Oh my god, and more tanks coming in as well, and looks like the tanks
Oh!
are cleaning up. Nice storm there on the tail end of that engagement. I mean, Protoss is still playing this out. He has a lot of bases. He has gates at both mains. This Arbiter is going to come back with energy.
Yeah.
It's all about, can he get a nice stasis off?
Yeah, I wish that Arbiter was in the middle of the map for the stasis.
Yeah.
The stasis Templar 360 surround combo, that could have been devastating for Light. But he's going to continue to push here. He's rallying across the map. He's starting to send SCVs here. Like I said, there's not a lot of support for the tanks. So if the Zealots can get on top of them, I think this could be an overstep. There's a lot of Zealots, and the Arbiter should be coming from the top side. Where is it? It's in the corner. Look at top right. Why is it there?
No. Best. I feel Best. He's been playing a bit shaky this game. Gets one stasis off. I think he's setting up those Zealots to get recalled with the second Arbiter. But EMP is ready. Oh my god, the Arbiter actually slams the vessel before it can connect with an EMP. And, well, what is Best doing? He has only Zealots, and they need to get on top of these units.
He's going to recall the fourth.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is worth, though, because Best is going to lose his Nat, his third base, and his fourth base. Yes, he's going to put Terran onto one base mining, but the thing is, Terran's army is huge. It's absolutely incredible, and it's mostly tanks.
Yeah, and that was a mostly Zealot recall, which means he's not going to be able to kill the command center. I just think Best isn't playing the greatest here. Light is playing out of his mind. He's playing like a machine. He's playing perfectly, and Protoss, like you can see, he's bleeding a lot of units left, right, and center. His Arbiters aren't in position. These decisions here to just recall a bunch of Zealots out into Africa isn't really paying off.
Yeah, this base is dead. And like I said, there's still 1 million tanks left over. Like, he's still got 20 of them. This base, and it's in the pros were never transferred, so all these are dead. So now, yes, Terran's on one base, but Protoss is only on 2 base. Terran's trying to get mid left. This is going to be denied. Now, there is double Arbiter at the left side. A double recall into the main could make the game weird, especially if he can recall out this Arbiter at bottom right, save those Zealots while also saving the Arbiter, but it looks like these Zealots are going to get cleaned up before the double recall comes in.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but Protoss has such a big bank, and Terran's mined out at his main and his Nat. He doesn't have a 4th base. He has to come back and defend for this 4th base, but now he's getting recalled in the main, and a lot of his depots are going to go down. There's still a lot of counterplay left for Protoss.
By the way, look at Best's gas.
Yeah.
He's not mining gas. This is one thing that Best does, is he like mines his main, Nat, and 3rd base gas, but he never mines his 4th and 5th base gas. So he can only build Zealots, legitimately. Yeah, even the observer points out, he can only build Zealots.
Oh,
this is what you're looking for? The storms. Yeah, you gotta do it.
Is he paying attention? Oh my god, that's all the tanks, and he has more storm as well, and actually all of a sudden Light was looking immaculate. The position is crumbling entirely for Terran.
Yeah, he's losing his main. There's so much action everywhere. He's attacking that 3rd base, or actually 5th base at the same time. The recall's gonna get cleaned up, but look at this. Light, because he lost all of his depots, one, he's gonna rebuild those, and he doesn't have that much money, so he can't build any use. Like, this is all he's got. Meanwhile, Best still has a big bank. He can only build Zealots, but the storms are good.
He can only build Zealots, and let me tell you what, Nyoken, Zealots can't kill mines, and there's still a bunch of mines out on the map.
Well, he may be able to deny bottom right because these tanks are way far forward. The Zealot's going to explode the tanks.
Oh my god, this game's absolutely crazy. Somehow, Light was looking like an unstoppable monster, but did Best find the counter he needed to, and more units rallying in here, killing off the last remnants of this Terran push. And Light, I mean, he defends, but he's got
he's dead.
Supply.
Yeah, he doesn't have any supply. He's not going to have any money incoming anymore. He just took mid left. Protoss still has some Arbiters, still has some Templars. Yes, he's mostly Zealots, but Light's about to be mined out. Look at that depot wall. I don't even know if he can transfer SCVs from that position anymore. He may have just walled himself in. Meanwhile, the Zealots are still running rampant, trying to deny mid left. The tank count's still big. That Templar does not have energy.
Yeah, no storm yet. Well, Light will probably hold on to this mid-left base, but not before losing a lot of SCVs. That's still a lot of tanks. 3 as well.
Yeah, actually, Best is not dead. I mean, Light is not dead at all. I didn't know that he still had this army. Because he's lost his bases and lost his SCVs, Like, his army is almost pure.
Oh, recall.
Yeah, where's the
Recall,
recall?
he can recall
Oh,
his entire
recall them
army.
all. Recall them all. And stasis? Oh, it's genius. But there's
Oh
actually
my-
not that much stuff.
And there's not that many units.
Oh, there is.
Well, there's more units coming in, but they're not that well upgraded, I think, against 3-3 mech. The stasis do connect. That's 4 arbiters, though. They're just raining down balls of blue stuff. And, well, this is coming down to the wire, but I think Protoss is going to just do it.
I think he's going to win also. The tanks are cornered now. And every time I look at the top side of the map, or the right side, look at this, just 9 non-stop zealots running
But they're
rampant.
running towards the mine.
Yeah. They're going to get blown up, but I think some of them will survive, and that's all he needs is some of them to survive. And in fact, like 10 of them survive.
I can't believe he's doing this, mining just 1 gas, and it's probably depleted. He has 2 geysers. And Light, you can see the expression on his face. He knows this is it. This is not looking good anymore. And he's just about to mine out his 3rd base. Protoss is still on 3 base mining because I think he still has minerals at his nat. So, honestly, this game was crazy. Best had such a huge lead in the opening, Nyoken, and Light almost came back.
I thought Light won with his massive max push out, but these arbiters and these zealots doing so much damage. The recall was great. If the recall doesn't get into the main, I think Light easily slams that game.
Wow.
But Best, incredible play in the late game.
Wow, that was a crazy game. And honestly, Light was playing out of his mind to salvage that early game. And Best, you could see he was bleeding units left, right, and center, but kept it together long enough and just went for that YOLO recall. And sometimes that's all you need. And I mean, Arbiters are still insanely strong. You know, double Stargate Arbiter is crazy once it gets rolling. And especially, I mean, Terran was on a clock because his 4th base and his 5th base wasn't so quick. But the recall style is also just so oppressive.
Yeah, I know that Light had turrets in his main, but I didn't actually see that many mines. Usually Light is very diligent with his mine placement, but the recall completely caught him off guard. I guess he was expecting Best to just continue to try and play stasis. Now, of course, this was the game-winning move for Best here. He recalls all the arbiters, like you said. He catches double stasis, and now it's Zealot versus tank, and it's just a billion of them. In a second, you're going to see this line of Zealots move across the map from the right side, but also at the top side, look, there's more Zealots streaming in.
Yeah, I mean, Terran just didn't have time to recall proof his main. If he had, Protoss would have had so much time to just, you know, taking maybe another base and then bank even more energy on the Arbiter. Basically, Light tried to push before Arbiters had energy to stop his push, right? And in doing so, he didn't have time to just, you know, mine his entire main up and put all the turrets down to make sure a recall never gets in. So Best, with the sick recall counterattack, managed to salvage this game back.
Yeah, really, really good play from Best. Ends up eking out the win there, and that does set us up for Rush versus Best as our winners match, and we've got Shuttle versus Light in our losers match. So we've avoided TVT and we've avoided PvP, at least for now.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna go. Oh, are they going to do the chairs?
Yeah, we're doing the chair, man. That means we're going to our screen. Cast your Gypsy back.
I was just about to load up World of Warcraft to play.
Oh my gosh. Is that the new game, man?
No. You've seen me. I've been just grinding Brood War nonstop. So I'm still very motivated about that. But I mean, I can't play a game of Brood War in 5 minutes, you know, so we gotta wait. I'm gonna.
But you can play WoW in 5 minutes. You can just load up a raid.
Yeah, just run around, kill 1 or 2 mobs, you know, just.
Yeah.
I know you were playing Season of Discovery for a while.
Well, I was playing Classic. I wasn't playing Season of Discovery. That was
Oh, that's right. Well, is it time? I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, you're waiting for me on Baldur's Gate. You're waiting for me on Last Epoch. You're waiting for me on Sod now. Next cast, it'll be another new one. I never know what game it's gonna be with you.
Yeah, well, at some point you will join in and you will experience what it's like playing with the big Gyp. It's fast, man. It's hard and it's fast, but it doesn't last long.
Yeah, I know. When you were playing WoW, I saw you playing with Slardar and the others there, you and your Guy Rod character running around.
Yeah, we were killing
killing
everyone.
killing the humans.
Yeah, in the Red Ridge, man.
Yeah,
That was the peak of my life right there.
You were laying down the law in there.
I was geared out of my mind before
No,
anyone
you
had
were.
any gear.
I think my favorite story from that time period was where you got that blue item or purple item, and you said somebody was looking for a certain class, and you just linked your item, and they invited you. You didn't even say anything, just linked it to them.
Yeah, I had the Deadly Strike of the Hydra. I know a lot of people will know what I'm talking about on one of the first lockouts, and even people in Orgrimmar, they saw my sword, they're like, wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we were rolling for a while. That was like peak MMO experience. Like, you just feel your life is complete because you have the gear.
You definitely had the gear.
Yeah, but I haven't played. I don't know. There's something about, what off-puts me about this. I think Season of Discovery has been amazing, but playing WoW is kind of annoying because, the majority of people, they're kind of insane. They're always like talking about linking logs. It's like the game is the easiest thing you've ever played, and they're talking about linking logs to get in the group. And then whenever the new patch comes around, oh my god, is the game unplayable. There's like millions of people there's literally hundreds of thousands of people on the servers, so it's impossible to level. And then when you get behind the curve, you just feel like, oh, what's the point? And it's kind of a drag. But
yeah, I saw you play when the server came out. You guys were fighting over one mob as it respawned. That was quite hilarious. Brought me back to the Lineage days where there were thousands and thousands of players.
But there's hundreds of thousands of players. Do you know? I mean, honestly, it's crazy. But WoW, I think there was like a graph leak recently. The fact that they're doing all this classic stuff with WoW, it's like experiencing a resurgence in terms of the subscriber counts and stuff, which is hilarious because retail is doing so poorly because it's just it's just awful compared to the classic version of the game. But now there's like I think they had like the same subscriber count as they did in like classic, which is crazy.
Well, I know SOD has been a big hit because Last Shadow's always messaging me to play it with him and his friends, but I just can't bring myself to it. But we're actually going into a real break now, and then we'll be back with our winners and losers match. Right, we're back, and as you can see, we've got Best facing off versus Rush in our winner's match. Rush kind of crushed Shuttle in his game. Best had the amazing game versus Light, so this is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, I think Rush played really well against his, against his opponent Shuttle, and Best had somehow he crawled back from such a deficit in the early game in terms of the bill orders. So this should be a pretty good match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if Rush will try that 6-fact again, or if he'll try and bring something different versus Best. Best is well known for his macros, so I feel like it's going to be hard to make a timing attack work versus him. I want to know what the bans are. We're going to get Troy. Can that sneak through? Is it possible? Nope. Dark Origin, Blitz, and Radeon. No shocker to me to see Rush bans out Troy, and Citadel as a ban for Best.
Yeah, so what do you expect to see in this matchup here?
Dark Origin?
Yeah.
Shenanigans. I think we're going to have forward gate, gas steal, and then try and play a normal game from there. We'll see, though, as we get into game 1.
Yeah, well, the game's already already, so let's get into it.
Okay, in the bottom right, we do have the one and only. It's Best.
And in the top left, it is Rush. Yeah, Dark Origin is a pretty good map for Protoss. 2-player map, but also just the layout is pretty conducive to Protoss's aggression. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a gas steal like you mentioned. That's kind of standard these days. I mean, for a long time now.
Looks like that was a Rush fan initially with that siege tank sign up there. And there goes the probe. So it is going to be, I think, a natural gate, not going to be outside of Russia's base. Looks like we have some Russian fans there. Oh, yes, I am a Terran player. Look at that! Look at that shirt! Did you see that shirt?
Can do anything, yeah. I wonder if he made that himself.
He probably did. I don't remember seeing Artosis promoting that.
Yeah. A lot of foreign fans actually today. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. And I love that shirt, man. The face of Artosis and the reaction of Tasteless. It's pretty perfect. There's the gateway. There's the 10 racks from Rush.
Yeah, 10 racks is pretty standard because you just don't want the racks to get blocked, especially when Protoss is a proxy gate. Doing that mini opening, for example, with the shield batteries inside of your base. It can go south real quick if your barracks gets blocked. And also because the gateway comes so fast. So a lot of Terran players these days, they open 10 racks.
Yeah, it's a good opener. Especially with all the boosting, like you don't even have your econ impacted almost at all. So really no reason to not go for it. I like how Rush is scouting decently quick to make sure that it's not a 4 or a very close by gate, because if it was, he would have put down a second rack. This probe is being quite annoying, and Best, no gas at his main just yet, so I'm imagining that this is going to be a Nexus follow-up.
Yeah, this is kind of the most standard follow-up to the gas steal nowadays, with the forward gate into Nexus, and it's very solid, very safe. Terran can't really punish this because basically they don't have access to their gas, so it's hard to pull into this, but it looks like Rush is killing his gas. And yeah, I mean, Protoss generally gets a faster Nexus here than Terran. Protoss essentially on 2-player maps, they just get a slight lead, guaranteed.
Yeah. But I like what, actually Russia's couple idle SCVs. Okay, I was gonna say, I like this, even though its eBay got canceled immediately, it buys you time to get multiple Marines out. Now you can easily get to your low ground. You can put down a bunker if you need, and your command center, it's relatively even with the Nexus. What is the Nexus, like 15 seconds faster? So this is fine for Terran, and Terran's already cut off the assimilator, so his gas is going to be at a pretty good time also.
Yeah, and is that a second Zealot on the map for
Yeah.
Best. I think so. No,
Oh,
that's the
it's
probe.
probe.
So very weird, actually, that Best opted to delay or skip his second zealot.
Yeah.
And that means he's not putting any pressure on. Usually, getting the command center down is kind of difficult this quickly, especially without a bunker. That's the big thing for me is Terran hasn't put down a bunker.
Yeah, if Terran gets away with no bunker, I mean, you can, if you gas deal me and then you don't do any zealot pressure and I don't have to build a bunker, you Protoss players out here, come gas deal me. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
If I don't got to build a bunker, we're good. And now he's finally gonna put down a bunker, but his build was not impacted at all. So this is already a great opener from Rush. Also, those 2 probes that were out on the map, you also got to consider they weren't mining for like almost a minute, so that's also helping out Rush.
Well, I'll say this though, the core is finished and the factory just started. So generally, like the factory kind of, I mean, the core is a bit faster than the factory, of course, but they're usually around the same tech timing. So what Best, didn't get in terms of pressure with the Zealots, he got in tech timing. Like, he's so fast. The robotics are already building, and the factory's not even done here for Rush. So Protoss still in a good spot, obviously.
Yeah, I like the blocking with the probe at the ramp so the SCV can't get in. And now Rush has to at least consider that this could be a DT follow-up, but I don't see an academy anywhere. I don't see an eBay anywhere. They should be coming down pretty soon. Best has a probe out on the map, and it's making me think like he may try and build another Nexus, but I actually think this is just going to be for a pylon to spot for drops or something.
Yeah. Rush does like going
Ooh.
drops a lot, and this is going to be a 3 factory from Rush, so very, very aggressive.
Well, based on how well the game 1 went versus Shuttle, I
Yeah.
would be aggressive too. Like, he just blasted him. There was like no point in that game where Rush was under threat. He immediately killed the Reavers, so...
Well,
he's-
this is very risky from Terran, because
Yeah.
if this was any kind of DT play, we'd be in a very, very tough situation here. So, Rush with a good read, and Best looks like he's getting an observatory, just playing very safe. But actually, this robotics was so quick, he's going to have a lot of scouting information. He's going to be able to adapt to this 3 factory. But again, 3 factory into... This is pretty much dream scenario for Terran. 3 factory into 3 gate ops, pretty good. Gonna put on a lot of pressure. Basically, he's gonna go for 3 tanks and a bunch of ultras.
Yeah, and we saw Rush trying to get into the natural versus Shuttle over and over and over and over. And there's so many pathways towards the natural. You know, you have 3 bridges. You can loop around. You can like make a main attack and then loop around your vultures to the 3rd base. So I think that Best needs to get out as many goons as possible for this incoming attack, because we're at 1 tank now. It's going to be 3 very soon. Just needs 1 more side. There they are, and I'm sure we're on the move.
Yeah, and honestly, the amount of vultures you get off of 3 factories is insane. So it's gonna put on a lot of pressure. And Best, he's not gonna have Reavers. He's not. I mean, DT's completely stopped this, basically.
Oh, already in.
Yeah, and this is annoying because it's going to bring the Protoss units back. It's going to give Terran a bit more space to get out into the middle of the map. The Observer sees everything now. He sees the triple tank push. Generally, Protoss deals against, deals with this. Usually, Terran is on only 2 factories, but with 3 factories, you can get that many more vultures and put on that much more pressure.
Oh, okay, that was clutch pylon placement. And even though 3 factory is strong, 3 gate is no joke either. There's going to be a lot of production. However, look at the vultures. They're already just sharking around. And even if he doesn't kill any probes here, he's at least forced double pylon. He's forced the probes to not be able to engage. I actually think if okay, we're going to have a big engagement here. Okay, that was a big hit. And now most of the vultures are gone, and Best should shut this down.
Yeah, that was really clean from Best. I mean, Rush tried to get... Oh, it looks like no, that transfer will go off without a hiccup. And honestly, Rush looked for some damage, but he didn't find it. And the thing is, this is aggressive. An aggressive opener from Terran. Like, they have to do something with this. And the triple vulture year mines don't connect onto the probes, importantly. I mean, Rush sacrificed a lot to go for this. He has no... Basically, he made no tanks that entire time. He has a slower armory than he normally would, and you can see only now adding Academy and 4th and 5th Factory. So Protoss is going to feel really good about defending this.
Yeah, I agree there. Terran definitely got damage done, but I don't think it was enough. And now with your 3-base econ rolling as best, you know Rush is likely going for a 5-fact follow-up. He may not necessarily push with it, but the best answer to that is just go Gates with Storm, and then that's good versus everything, whether Rush expands or a timing attacks into you.
Yeah, and just such a good spot here for Protoss. But we saw Best. I mean, he was in a good spot against Light, and it almost slipped away from him. So this time around, though, it is Rush. It's not Light. So I think Best is going to be feeling really confident going into this. So many gateways coming down as well. As you mentioned, Nyoken most likely going to get... Well, actually, I'm curious to see. Of course, he's going to get Storm. But I'm curious to see if Best is going to opt for Arbiters this game as well.
Yeah, I think if it gets to actual mid-game, Arbiters might come into play. But in the early stages, I do think it's just going to be Storm. Like I was saying last game, Best is somebody that like just doesn't get his gases in general, which is why you see his 3rd gas still not up and running for him. He's just mostly focusing on minerals. It's always just crazy to me to watch Terran players make timing attacks like this, and then I look at their supply, and they're relatively close to Protoss. I realize, as I just said, that now it's a 30 supply gap, but it was only 10 a moment ago.
Yeah, and now, well, now is when Protoss's production is going to overtake the Terran. So he's got 8 gates. Terran's only on 5. Actually, when we looked inside of the Protoss's base, I did not see a Templar archive. So
yeah,
it looks like Best is just... well, he spent a lot of gas just now. I wonder what that was in. Hopefully we get to see soon. Best is taking a 4th base as well. Again, Terran is in a bit of a pickle, and it looks like he's not putting down a command center. He's just going 7 factory.
I don't know about this.
Or is that is there a command center? I think it's command center at the bottom left of his main, actually.
Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, I don't think he can go for a 7-fact timing into Protoss.
It would be nice for the observer to show us something, Nyoken.
Yeah, they're not listening to the big jip. There's the Templars. I don't even know where the archive is. It's got to be at the natural, I'm guessing.
It's at the 3rd, maybe.
Okay, well, there's the command center. Like you were saying, it is 7-fact, and there is a starport. So he is going into 2-1 at some point, or 2-2.
Well, this is a really good spot for Protoss. He has so much time to get Storm out. Terran is going to have to sit here. And again, I'm still curious, will Best opt to go for Stargates, or will he get a 2nd robotics? That's the biggest question here on my mind. And so far, just making gateway units. No shuttle speed either. I don't think he has a support bay.
He didn't have speed in the last game, did he? I don't think he had speed in that either.
No, he did not, no.
Yeah, so I guess he doesn't really need the speed since he's not going mass shuttles. He doesn't need it. He's just going for, just a single quadruple Templar drop.
Yeah.
All right, well, I've been in this situation enough times to know that this is kind of a hard move for Protoss to make work. Yeah, I think it's smart to just back off for now.
The way Best is playing is so weird, to be honest with you. These days, Protosses, they get that support bay. In this situation, they would have double robotics going with Templars and just flying shuttles in non-stop. Couple vultures getting some harassment done. That was actually quite a lot of damage for 2 vultures. I don't know. I mean, Best, he's posturing. He needs to go for this bus.
He's going to act... What? Is he going to... No. Okay, there's not that many mines, but he's attacking across bridges. He needs a storm on these vultures. That was great.
Oh my god, those are fat storms, Nyoken. That's just so many zealots wide walking across the bridges and just no vultures to deal with them.
Yeah, but
actually, most of the zealots aren't connecting with these tanks.
Yeah, the zealots went towards the top side. He needs another storm on those tanks. Those 4 tanks, if he can get rid of them, would be fantastic. These goons are blocking each other on the bridges, so these tanks are doing tons of damage. You can see both players taking huge losses, but I thought Protoss was just going to easily overrun this. Instead, it looks like it may actually just be a trade.
Yeah, but the trade is what Protoss wants. He killed so many of these tanks, and the tail end of this trade is actually going in Protoss's favor tremendously. But Protoss wants to free up some supply so he can basically transition into Stargate tech, and Terran lost most of his tanks, so this was a really good attack from Protoss, and it's still not ended.
Yeah, it's not over. There's some mines. That's going to be another dead tank. See you later. Best really good at focus firing down the tanks. The Archon is starting to rack up SCV kills, and this game got crazy in an instant.
Yeah, and I mean, Rush just got obliterated.
Yeah.
I mean, he was behind from that opening for sure, but this time around, it's not like somehow Light held on and just had such a sick spot that seemed unassailable, but Rush not as sturdy in his defense, and Best is just cleaning up.
Yep, and that was picture perfect play from Best right there. Like you said, the defense from Light and Apocalypse, you know, there was no angle for Best to exploit there, but I guess he saw with an observer that Rush was caught slipping with his mine placement. There's only 2. That's all I saw, at least, at the bridges. Yeah. If there were more mines and Best made that move, I think it's actual suicide, but he hit while Rush wasn't focused on that, and it was the perfect move.
I wonder if Best thought he was through. Maybe he thought it was best of 1 still. It just looked so excited when he took his headset off, but we got to nah, of course he knows he had the veto and everything, but honestly, it looked like he was so happy with that game and completely smashed Rush that game, really.
Yeah, I think it was really well done. And isn't map 2 Blitz? You know, it's another 2-player map. And if you're getting a solid victory on Dark Origin, you got to feel like Best is feeling pretty good about his chances on Blitz.
Yeah, but Blitz, I think Terrans feel much more comfortable on this map. And I think it's probably considered a Terran map for the most part in this matchup. Dark Origin, well, we'll talk about it when we get into the game, but I think the game is ready here. Both players are probably in the lobby. We are going to get into game 2 shortly. Maybe not, because Best isn't putting his gamer headphones on. Well, Blitz is slightly better for Terran than Dark Origin, and we saw how Protoss can attack so easily into Terran, but on Blitz, if we get that same 3 base setup for Terran, it's much harder for Protoss to do that kind of aggressive move.
Yeah, you got that tiny pathway towards the 3rd base. Terran's on high ground. You can lay a lot of mines, and if they come from the low ground, you know, they don't have vision. So I agree, Blitz is a little bit better, but still a 2-player map, always dangerous for Terrans. Let's get into game 2, see if Best can actually make it out in 1st place. Okay, in the top, no, in the bottom, wait, top right?
Jebaited.
Yeah, I got Jebaited there.
Bottom right, Rush, Terran, Teal. Top right, Protoss, Tan, Best.
Well, you think we'll just see same opener from Best here? You know, forward gate, pressure, gas steel, Nexus?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the standard gas steel opening, and Best made it work last game. He had a very interesting take on it, because generally I see Protosses just go non-stop zealot pressure, especially double zealot at least, to force the bunker and everything. But that game Best opted to just tech super quickly into core, and it worked out for him. So I don't see why he would change what he's doing if it worked so well last game.
And there goes the probe, as expected. I imagine Rush is going to 10 racks once again. There goes the probe to the low ground. So it is going to be identical openers, at least for now.
Yep, and that's going to be a gateway. Here comes the gas steel soon. Yep, 10 racks. A lot of harassment. This probe can do so much for Protoss. So much.
Well, he's already got half the health of that SCV, and there's the gas steel as expected.
Yeah, and he's gonna come back and basically keep Terran, force Terran to keep 1 SCV off of mining, and you can still put on pressure. So it's really annoying. I mean, it's as good as the Protoss's micro is, you know. But so far, looks like Rush is dealing with it pretty well. He had to pull the 2nd SCV, so you can see, I mean, this probe is doing a decent amount of work here.
Yep, just being annoying as usual. And in best main, again, just like last game, there's no gas for him, so it's not, fast cybernetics. Nexus should be coming down relatively soon, and we'll rush eBay block again. I would bet money that he's going to do the same thing he did. There goes that probe.
Very standard, and I'm curious to see, will Best go for the same? I think he actually queued a second Zealot here, so
yeah.
This time he is kind of mixing it up in his opener, and the first Zealot does go straight to the Terran Natural, and you see Rush here already building the bunker, so I think maybe last game he adapted much more quickly. The one thing for Rush is he's not killing his main gas.
Yep. He saw that Zealot.
Oh, wait, he has a second Rax. He has a second Rax.
Oh, he has a second Rax. Okay. Well, yeah, it is surprising that Rush didn't do any damage to the okay, actually he did have SCVs on the gas. I guess we just didn't see it there.
But that's so weird. Why would you oh, this is so crazy from Rush. I think he's trying to adapt to what Best did last game, where he only went for one Zealot. Yeah. And meaning, oh my god, and is he doing the same thing? Because Best, without going more Zealots, you're not going for a run by. So you're actually susceptible to this. Even if this, I was gonna mention, this Rax is really delayed for like a 2 Rax kind of aggressive move. But considering that Protoss is not making more Zealots and not running by, he can't scout this.
Yep, exactly. No run by means that he's playing in the dark here, and this is gonna be over one way or the other. I don't think Protoss literally has one Zealot. I think the second Zealot just popped out right now. He has no forge, he has no battery. What is his cybernetics, like 50% done? His first Zealot is half dead already, and he thinks that this is just 5 Marines, but it's not. There's like 10 SCVs being pulled here.
This is sick from Rush. Absolutely sick. Watched the replay last game, adapted this game, and Best is doing the same thing, but he's getting punished.
Oh, and look at that SimCity. Oh, Zealot pops out, and it pops out on a good position, gets on top of the Marines. The problem is there's nothing else to get on top of the Marines. The probes didn't get on top, the second Zealot didn't get on top, and by the way, that pylon, if it's dead, there's no production for Best.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only production he has, actually. I think he just started, well, he has a second game in his main, but it's not finished. And it just started, Nyoken.
Well, that's good, right? Pros can hold this. Oh, well, we'll see if the probes can actually drill here and win the game.
Well, I mean, Best is trying his hardest, but against this many Marines, probes aren't going to cut it. I think he still has one Zealot, but...
The double probe drill.
Yeah, and this is going to be it. The Zealot is getting killed by the bunker, and now, well, the probes are on top of the Marines, but they're all dying, and that's going to be it.
I actually think that went about as well as it possibly could have gone for the probes. Like, you killed all the Marines there. The problem is that there's 4 more Marines.
Yeah, and I mean, the supplies are just crazy. Yeah. Terran's still mining with a lot of SCVs back at base. He's going to be rallying Marines. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention to how much resources Protoss had when the gateways finished. I don't even think he can start double goon. Even if he can, he probably can't start range. Yeah, it's not there. So GG gets called. And, dude, that was sick from Rush.
That was sick. That was.
I mean, that was just so big brain. It's so crazy to me that he adapted so perfectly into this second game from what he saw Best do in the first game. Just beautifully played.
Yeah, because you're right on the money. A lot of Protoss players, they do build 2 or 3 Zealots because they want to run by. They want to make sure that Terrans actually build a lot of Marines in the beginning.
Yeah.
And because he only built 1, and then on top of it, like, he poked in, took some damage from the bunker. Then the Marines got out of the bunker and shot it down to even further low health. Like, he couldn't at any point poke. The SCV was sitting there to build a command, like, act like he was going to build a command center, but he never actually even confirmed that an SCV went down there because it was so low, he would have just immediately lost the Zealot.
Rush loading up on
another chocolate.
He doesn't need energy drinks, man. Just eat that chocolate.
Yeah.
Radion game number 3, it's coming down to the wire. And honestly, I can't state just how amazing that was from Rush. Like, imagine in a tournament environment, you're calm enough to open up the replay and see exactly what Protoss did. And, like, catching these minute details, you really have to be paying attention and immediately adapting game in the next game and completely countering what your opponent's doing. Just sick play from Rush, honestly. Sick play. Game number 3 here, rubber match between these two players. Who will go on first in Group C? Is it going to be Best or is it going to be Rush?
All right, am I getting baited this time? I am not in the top right. It is Best.
Bottom right, Rush.
All right. Do you think anybody's going to go 14cc, 12 Nexus?
I don't think anyone's going to go Command Center first. Okay, that was a JYJ special,
Okay.
Nyoken, but I really liked it. I really would like to see, you know, for example, in that game where Light went 15 Command Center. He could have just went Command Center first.
I mean, I guess he could have, but it's just so risky. Like,
Well, it's basically 15 Command Center is only better against like a probe scout, which, you know, is most of the time Protoss is probe scouting. But I'm just saying, if you know Protoss doesn't probe scout,
yeah, well, of course, if you know they don't probe scout, I mean, you can do whatever you want.
there's
I
a
mean,
lot
I
of
would
Protosses.
just.
Nyoken, there's a lot of Protosses. You know,
I know
they got
there-
that tendency.
Well, I know the thing
You know,
is
even if they probe scout, you know, on a 4-player map, depends. They would have to go pylon scout, which is it's not that many people,
yeah,
and they would have to also open Zealot, and
Yeah.
that's not many people. There's a lot of people that go gateway scout, and then they open Dragoon, and then it's kind of the same thing as 12 Nexus. You know, a lot of the games you're getting cross spawn 13cc, and even if they react to it, the gateway's in their main, blah blah blah. It's good, man, but you know, it's not great. It's Terrans have a different, Terrans have a real different approach to the game than Protosses. They're very risk averse, but it kind of rewards you. Terran's a race that rewards you for being risk averse, for being like really solid and just not dying, basically. So it's not the same mindset.
well, it is a 12 Nexus, and it is a cross scout here. Wants to check if there's a BBS. Both players are going to intercept each other, and Rush's scout is kind of late, actually, for a lot of Terran players. What was it, like a 14 scout or something? But Protoss isn't going to read much into it. He's going to instantly go to bottom right, and now he's going to find Rush pretty quickly, and this is going to be pretty damn fast 12 gas factory timing.
Yeah, and well, Rush has the build order to counter this, especially adjacent spawn 12 Nexus into the factory. So we are gonna see most certainly a cheese rush SCV Marine Vulture pull to try and kill the Nexus. And Best does see the build opening, so he will build that Zealot, that first Zealot.
Yep, this is going to be the cut probes, build a bunch of units for Protoss to hold an incoming attack, and then if it never comes, they can put on some counter pressure real quickly. Confirming the 12 Nexus, no reaction from Rush at all. We'll see if he wants to actually pull for this.
Yeah.
No, there's no additional depot, I don't think.
Well,
Oh,
he's
actually
gonna
it is.
definitely put it down.
It's at the bottom of his base. He put it down.
Yeah, he's pulling, of course.
There it goes.
And will Best be able to hold this?
Yep, and the probe is going to see it. He's going to know that there's no command center behind this. Even sees the SCVs coming.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this coming. It's still really hard to defend. He actually went for double Zealot. And, yeah, I mean, it comes down to the micro here. I mean, most of the time, this I would say this is like a 60% win rate for Terran at the very least. So we'll see if Rush can convert this win. Or this bust.
Is this a mistake? There's no SCVs to help, but they do prevent the Dragoons from... Well, I don't know now. The Zealots are so far out in no man's land, but they got a big flank coming. SCVs need to help out. Wow, one Zealot already almost dead.
This is looking pretty decent for Terran so far.
Yeah, this looks good for Terran.
Is that bunker in range, I wonder? I'm not
I
too
don't-
sure. I'm not convinced that it is, actually.
I don't think it is either, but the Zealot already died. One goon falls, but there's only one Marine left over. The bunker's not done just yet. He needs to get in. Oh, it just barely gets taken out, so there's nothing in the bunker.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of SCVs left over, and the Vultures, they can kill the goons, and the Marines are going to trickle into this bunker, but that's 3 goons left over, actually. I think Best has done it.
Yeah, and 1 Marine, and like you said, it's not in range of the Nexus.
Not in range of the Nexus.
So if you're Protoss here, I don't care if there's a bunker if you can't hit my Nexus. Now there's 3 goons. Oh, he takes down the Vulture. Now you can just sit and say you're not getting in the bunker anymore, sir.
Well, that was a botched cheese rush from Terran, and that's it. I mean, he's not even killing this Nexus. This game is 100% over. It is literally impossible for Terran to come back from this.
He leads in with the full health Dragoon, trying to take down the low health Dragoon right there.
That's so funny.
But not going to get it, and now he's going to lose 3 more SCVs. Rush is in beyond a terrible position. There's no way he can transition into a normal game. I feel like he can only all in here. But all in with what? He's on 1 factory, 1 racks.
Yeah, this is really unrecoverable. It's, I mean, it's like mini versus barracks, but Terran can't fly counter-attacking dropships and kill the Protoss's detection, you know, to try and win with DTs or something. So this is going to be really, really rough, and Terran has only 1 option. Just double down into maybe
center.
2 factory. There's no way that's command center.
I guess I
Is it?
well, I guess I actually didn't see if it spent gas or not, but
I don't think he can afford it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing after it went down. Could he afford that?
I mean, maybe. There's really no good option for Terran. If he goes for 2 fac, he gets crushed. If he expands,
oh, it's a
no,
factory.
it is second factory. I mean, yeah, that's all you can do. I mean, there's just no playing this game out. He has to go for a 2 factory. But Best, I mean, he's on 2 gate production this entire time. He's pumping out 2 gate goon. He has a 3rd gate observatory on the way. It's just, I mean, of course Rush is going to play this out. It's the last game here, but really, really unlikely that Terran wins this game.
Yeah, the only way that Terran can get back in this game is if there's some catastrophic mine hit. Because right now there's like 8 goons. 8 goons by themselves, even without an observer, probably just obliterates this army. But now we've got a 3rd gate coming in. If there's a DT, like if he was to go DT tech, it also just immediately wins the game. So Rush needs a miracle here.
Yeah, and look at how many goons there are, and they're positioned so far forward. They have so much space to just kite back away from mines and shoot all the Marines down. And the 3 gate production is going to be more than enough to match this double factory. I mean, double factory, but he can't really produce both tanks and vultures at the same time. So Terran's going to have 1 big punch, and that's going to be it.
He's trying to draw the units out of position so he can get these tanks and Marines set up nicely, but he's already lost half of his vultures. There are a lot of Marines, to be fair. There's actually the observers across the map, but like I said, there's just so many goons. He doesn't even need the observer. He can just have the zealot soak up the shots.
He has more goons than the Marines,
Yeah.
and that's going to be it. Cleaning this up easily, and that was a good defense from Best. Well,
that's what he
talking about
needed.
disaster mine hits, yeah, but he needs even more than that, Nyoken.
Yeah, he needs even more. He needed those 3 mines to connect on the right side, and even then, that would probably not be enough. Well, okay, he's going to get into the natural, but he's still down 30
still
supply.
needs more than that.
Yeah, like, despite all that damage, which is insane, it's still not enough. He's still down 30 supply. Also, keep in mind, Best has a robo, so, like, if there's a support bay and a Reaver comes out, how do you kill it with vultures? Like, you're just not.
Yeah, he's going to run in more vultures, but...
Okay.
I mean, he would basically have to have a mine kill the entire probe line and the goon, and then the thing is, Terran still doesn't have a command center. So I think even if Best GG gets called, even if Best lost his entire mineral line at his natural, he would still have more probes in his main,
Yeah.
and then he would still have double nexus. He would still have more production than Terran does.
Yeah, that was just a position that you really just can't play out of. You know, if Rush hadn't pulled so many SCVs, like let's say he pulled 3 maybe, then maybe he could have transitioned based on what damage he did. But after he pulled, what was it, like 8, you're just pretty much all in at that point. But well done from Best. He holds. He also had a nice bust on Dark Origin, and he'll be making it out of this group in first, and that gives us 3 Protoss one Zerg, I think, and one Terran so far in the round of 8.
Yeah. Well, I'm very surprised that Best made it out of this group in first place. He played phenomenally well today, beating both Light and Rush. Just insane result for him. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't be happier because honestly, it's even though I'm a Terran player, I do enjoy watching Protosses do well in tournaments because they generally struggle.
Yeah. It would be nice to see someone other than Mini go really far in the tournament. You know, if Mini's in the tournament, he's going like almost all the way to the finals. Like, so
Yeah.
it's nice to see, you know, and also specifically Best, because Best every single season, like, had been like a round of 16 player. But last season, did he get round of 8 or round of 4? I can't remember. And now here again, he's in round of 8.
Yeah. Yeah, Best is and Best has just played really well this season so far, so he definitely deserves it. I think against Light, it was so close though. Really, he probably feels fortunate because that game Light was playing out of his mind. The recall won
Yeah.
Best the game, but against Rush, actually, he looked dominant. So yeah, there's really nothing here that makes me think, oh, that was a fluke victory. He played really well.
Yeah, one of the things that I notice when I watch Best when he does lose to Terran is he's not very diligent with his observers. Like, oftentimes you see him running zealots across the map like you saw him on Apocalypse, but they run into mines and immediately explode or immediately get blown up. But he had good vision in all these games. He knew exactly where Terran's army was at all points in the game. He managed the mines very well. Like, he picked off those mines that you saw at the very end really well. He did very well today, and he deserved to make it out. But Rush not out of it just yet. He'll be waiting in the deciders match. We've got losers match, which is going to be Light versus Shuttle, and that's going to be an exciting matchup also.
Well, that's going to be exciting. I think Shuttle will need a miracle to get out of that one. I give him probably 10%, 10% to get out of that one. Yeah, absolutely. Light is an absolute beast. Honestly, if Shuttle, well, I don't know what I could say. If Shuttle wins, I am streaming for 100 hours straight.
You heard it here first. Mark your calendars. After the
No, I
stream,
don't know
he's
about that.
going. He'll be here. He's going to miss the stream tomorrow because he'll still be streaming.
Yeah, I'll still be streaming.
Yeah,
Yeah, you'll have to find another caster.
I will. Maybe Rhett will help me out.
Yeah, maybe Never Expo.
Yeah, get him in here.
I mean, it's gonna be very difficult for Shuttle, really, against Light. So, but we'll see. You know, you still have to play the games out. I don't want to count him out, but realistically, huge underdog. And I mean, Light looked so good against Best, minus the fact that he did that throw triple tank attack. He almost salvaged that game. Which is funny to think because he had such a good opening too, but that disaster from the 3-tank push was just...
Well, I thought he had it when we got to look at how many tanks he had. I was like, I don't even care how many bases Protoss has, because when Terran has a tank count like this, it's never going to die. But Best slowly whittled it down to not very many, so it was good defense there. I don't know about the 10% win rate versus Light, but I agree Light is heavy favorite here. Let's say...
Dude, for a while, Mini had like a 10% win rate versus Light.
Did he?
Yeah, he had a really low win rate versus Light. Like one of them, like this was like a while back. He was like winning 1 out of 10 games.
Well, that is somewhat surprising, but Mini does have like a volatile style, right? So like I feel like he can be someone that has really high highs and really low lows, right? Like he could go on a streak of winning 10 in a row, but I could also see him losing.
Well,
10 in a
yeah, honestly, I do agree. Shuttle is a really good player. There's no doubt about it. And it's not me. I'm not trying to underrate Shuttle. I'm just trying to really drive it home like Light TVP. But it is a tournament setting in Light. Well, in tournaments, Light does well in TVP. So it's just...
That church. No, we didn't get to see it for very long. But assuming Light gets out, right, if we're just going to discount that, then we've got a TVT finals here. or between Rush and Light. And what do you think about that, assuming we get to that?
Well, we won't know until the fat lady sings.
Okay.
So we'll keep the speculation there.
Okay.
That's gonna be a sick matchup if it does happen. But what if it's Shuttle versus Rush?
Well, then it'll be a rematch from our first game. And even though Rush dominated the first game, if Shuttle comes out of the bottom side, all of a sudden I wouldn't feel so confident.
If he smacks Light, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, if he smacks Light around, all of a sudden I wouldn't feel so confident about taking out Shuttle again.
Absolutely. Well, Best should be pretty happy with himself here. And yeah, I mean, Nyoken, when are you loading up World of Warcraft?
Not gonna happen, man. I'm done with World of Warcraft. But you know what? I did get a new game yesterday called
Which one's that?
Triangle Strategy. Do you know that game?
Huh?
Triangle Strategy.
Huh?
It's a strategic game like Shining Force. You know that one, right? Shining Force? Yeah, you have no idea what Shining Force is. Shining Force is like a turn. It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, man. Do you even know what that one is?
Kind of.
Yes, I got that yesterday. It's pretty good. Actually does remind me of Shining Force quite a bit. That was also a similar type of game to Final Fantasy Tactics. I was looking for something just chill compared to like these action types of games. Like I told you, I just got Final Fantasy 16 and 7. Those are fun also, but I wanted something even more chill than that.
Yeah, did you finish the 7 remake yet?
No, I've only played a few hours, but it's good, man.
Are you gonna finish any of those games, or do you just buy them and?
Yeah, I just buy them and then they just sit in my Steam library.
Yeah, so you're like me. You just don't want to admit it.
No, I'm gonna finish them, man.
Uh-huh. Well, I think we're gonna be getting close to a break here soon, and when we come back, we're gonna have a. Well, first of all, they have to sell us the pocket fax machine.
The battery.
Dude, that it just looks like it looks like a fax machine, man.
Yeah, it doesn't.
See that? Like the top side is like where you put in the paper.
Sure. Yeah.
Am I the only one that sees that?
Well, I don't. I mean, I guess it kind of does. Yeah. I still don't know what type of battery it is. Like, is it for your laptop or what is it?
Well, I think it's just like portable batteries. Portable batteries, honestly, they've come in so useful for me. Like, you know, in power outages or
Yeah.
you go outside. Like, it's surprising.
Yep, they are definitely useful. And we are going into a break. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. And we are getting into our losers match now. It's Shuttle versus Light, another TVP. We just saw Best get past Rush, so Rush will be waiting in the deciders match.
Yeah, in this game, well, this match is going to be interesting. I think Shuttle looked okay versus Rush, but he did get kind of blasted that first game. But he was defending really well, I thought, and he played with confidence, man. Like, he didn't really go for any kind of gimmick build. He opened very standard. So we'll see if he plays the same here against Light.
Yep, and we're waiting for those. Oh my god, it got through! It got through somehow! Retro, Dark Origin, and then Troy in our third set. So hoping that we can at least get a 1-1 score so we can get to game 3 there.
Light banned Blitz, which is insane to me. But that's it. Retro is going to be game number 1, map number 1 here between Shuttle and Light in a series where both are fighting for their tournament life.
All right, in the bottom right, our red Protoss, it is Shuttle.
And in the top left, the blue Terran, it is Light.
All right, Retro man.
Yeah.
You got any special plan, any special builds on this map, or is this just a typical 4-player map and we can just expect the usual?
Sorry, say that again?
Are there any special builds on Retro? Any special strategies, or like we're gonna see?
I heard what you said. It's just, I don't know. Are there any special builds?
I don't think
You're
so.
the one who's a god gamer, dude.
Am I? I'm not the one with all the fresh builds. You're the one that's subscribed to Light's, channel, downloading all the videos. Well, I am, but you're the one that does all the VOD reviews and stuff like that. Not me.
Yeah,
man.
I watch other people play. I do my research. Well, kind of. I haven't been too diligent about that recently, but no, I mean, 4-player map. We'll see if Light decides to go for. I mean, we saw him go gasless against Best, and surprisingly, Shuttle not going for that Nexus first.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to, and Light is just going to put down racks in his main.
Yeah,
and that is a gas positioned racks. Oh, it's 11 gas, baby.
Yeah. So very fast factory coming here, and well, in a sense, fortunately for Shuttle, unfortunately for him, he did get cross map, so he could have. Oh, actually, this is a nice adaptation here for Shuttle. He went for that pylon scout, and he is gonna scout Terran first.
Yeah,
and now, does he opt to go for the gas, or yeah, he will. Okay.
A lot of Protoss players go for this cross spawn. What do you think they're looking for with this?
I don't know. I don't play Protoss.
Okay. I thought you were the Omni gamer, man. You play all the races.
I think it depends on. I don't know. I mean, he was opening with a Zealot, right? So depending on if he scouts Terran first or second or whatever, if it's cross map, he probably won't commit too hard to the Zealot count.
Well, my opinion is I think, like you said, he builds the Zealot, it's cross spawn, and then he cancels it because it's not going to do any damage now.
Yeah,
so now he
going
can
for
just
his
go.
Nexus.
Yeah, now he can just go Nexus. That's my opinion. But of course, like you said, I'm not a Protoss player, so we need Never Expo.
Think about it, man.
We need Never Expo here. He's the Protoss player.
No, he's the nothing player, I think. No, but that's definitely how it played out this game. I think the opening from Protoss, from Shuttle, was gate double pylon, no gas. So generally that's a Zealot opening, and kind of an aggressive one at that. But when he sees that Terran is cross map, like you mentioned, he canceled the Zealot and went for the Nexus instead, and the gas in the Nexus. So this was a good adaptation, and actually I really like this opening from Shuttle.
Yeah, this looks like a really tight opening. Get that Nexus up ASAP. I don't think he can take any damage. This is kind of weird, right? Okay, Rush is going to turn around. I thought he was going to commit with this. I was sitting here like, dude, you haven't even scouted, and you're just going to move across the map with 3 Marines and Vulture?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's non-committal because if he runs into a Zealot, he can just run away. And if it's a Goon, he can fight it because it's 3 Marines. So I do like it. But Light will scout the Goon. Vulture goes by. Did Shuttle see that Vulture?
Yeah, I think he saw it, and that's why you could see his probes didn't drill down immediately. So the Vulture, in the end, not going to do anything. In Rush's main, what's the follow-up? He is someone that rushes armory, like, really damn fast. I'm talking like 430 armory, something insane. He will go starport, but so far he hasn't put down any key building.
Yeah, well, he is just getting Vultures out. It is cross map, and this is pretty much a no range expo from Protoss. So usually Terran goes for some mine pressure with the Marines and the Vultures, and 3 Vulture, 4 Marine, 3rd Vulture is going to be delayed, but this can do a lot of damage because without range, these Goons don't fight that well.
Yep. And range, I think it's still not done yet. You can see Shuttle's really respecting the power of these Vultures, and 3 Goons take down that 1 Vulture immediately. He's going to take the 2nd Vulture pretty quickly.
Wow.
And he only really got down 1 mine in a key position.
Yeah, that was not very good from Terran, actually. One of the Vultures got stuck after putting down the initial mine. And this was a very clean hold from Protoss, and that was a big waste for Terran because, you know, if you don't get any damage with this, Terran would have preferred to have the Vultures lay out the mines around the map, you know, at all the expansions, and make sure that the Protoss takes their time to, you know, demine. But all these mines basically went to waste, and he lost 2 Vultures for nothing, really.
Yeah, now the Observer's out, so these mines are going to get cleared out immediately, and now he's going to have basically a completely black mini-map as soon as the Observer and Goons feel confident to clear them out. In Rush's main, it is a 2nd factory. There's a proxy starport, but it's started at 6 minutes. A lot of times you see the dropship already being built at 6 minutes, so this is going to be an extremely late drop.
Now, is it me, or do you think you're watching Rush play?
Yeah, I don't know what this is. I've never seen a starport this late. It is hidden, though, but could catch him off guard.
Well, Light does do this a lot. Double fact into... This is... for a while, Light was doing this every game. Like, double fact into...
This late, though?
Yeah.
Alright, I've never seen it. That's why you're here, man. You're the one that's been watching all the VODs, not me.
Well, this basically, like, he has full Vulture upgrades. Usually he does this from a tank push opening, but you can see the Observer cannot scout the starport. So, and the double factory Vulture production can synergize really well with the dropship follow-up. So,
well, this is kind of dicey because there's Goons and an Observer on the right side. If I was Rush, yeah, you got to send the Vultures this direction, because if you send them back and the Goons chase you, they're going to find the starport. And look at this, he drew all those Goons out of position, so now he's moving into high ground here. Does he have siege? I guess it doesn't matter. He's gotten into a good position where he cancels the Nexus.
Yeah.
Fantastic play.
Shuttle was not ready for that, and Light just, I mean, that was kind of weird from Shuttle. He kept chasing those Goons on the right side, or sorry, the Goons were chasing the Vultures on the right side of the map for no real reason. Usually Protoss doesn't really waste time with Vultures that aren't really doing anything like consequential, and that allowed Terran to get into this position to cancel the 3rd. So misplay there from Shuttle.
Yeah, and look at this timing. It's just perfectly aligned with the drop. And the Goons are out of position because they're setting up to try and clear those mines for the 3rd base.
Yeah, and this drop is gonna... Well, the SimCity is really good from Shuttle, actually.
Yeah, this is really good. And he sent the dropship immediately back, so I don't... Okay, he's actually coming back to save them. That's a smart move. So he isn't able... Oh, is he gonna keep going? The SimCity's actually now bad for Shuttle.
Yeah, that's quite bad, actually. And the Goons are out of position. Shuttle's not paying attention. He just has a bunch of units in the middle of the map doing absolutely nothing. And I don't think he's really looking at what he should be Another vulture gets dropped into the natural. Probes are going down.
I just realized I've been calling our Terran player Rush for
Yeah.
some reason. But yeah, Light is picking him apart, man, with the multitask. Shuttle's third base is so late. It's unbelievably late. 8:45 third Nexus. In the main of Terran, it looks like it's a 5-fact follow-up.
Well, this was a disaster game for Shuttle. Nothing went right after the opening. Well, I mean, he defended so well against the initial attack, the double vulture 4 marine attack, but from then, like, it's kind of looking super sloppy for Protoss. Just the goons aren't really where they should be. Terran's picking him apart. And like you mentioned, this third Nexus is late. It's also not ideally where he would want it to be.
Yeah, there. Okay, I thought that SE at the bottom corner of the base was going to be building a command center, which I thought was going to be weird, but it is just turrets. I guess he's anticipating Reaver, but was there even a support bay? I don't remember there being a support bay. Either way, the 5-fact timing attack could be coming, and Shuttle needs to be on his toes because his econ has been wrecked. His gateway count is low. He doesn't really have much tech. His third Nexus just now came online.
Yeah, and I am curious as to what Protoss's tech is going to be this game, because like you mentioned, there's no support bay. He is going up to 6 gateways.
Yep, Citadel is done, but just
8
like
gates.
in the best game, unless there's a Templar Archive at the natural, I don't see Storm being on the field for a while. Yeah, 8 gate coming in. Tank count, what is this? 8 tanks, maybe 9? Maybe he does have a Reaver, he does have a Shuttle. He sees Terran
No.
moving out.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of gateways to stop this. Wraith as well for Light. And, I mean, it's all going to come down to this push here. How much damage can Terran do? Can he get into a nice position? Can Protoss buy time? Because 8 gateways is a lot of production, Nyoken. And these Goliaths, they have range most likely as well. That's a huge investment. And they're not really going to be useful because of course there's a shuttle, but there's no Reavers in it. The shuttle's not that consequential to Protoss's composition.
Oh, are we going to have the engagement? No, we are not. Protoss does not want to take that just yet. I think right now what he's waiting for is at least speed on his Zealots. Terran is very far forward, like extremely far forward. And he's not reinforcing the position either very much, so he needs to be careful. In fact, he's trying to expand at the same time. If I was Shuttle here and saw this, I think this could be your opportunity to try and pick off the majority of the army.
Yeah,
Carriers?
But he's making carriers. What?
This is
Well, I kind of like this. This is a transition away from the 8 gates, but he's still on that 8 gate timing. So if he just makes a bunch of Zealots here and kills this push, but again, he's just getting distracted by a couple of vultures here and there. His observer was spotting where the main army was. I think if he just took all of these Zealots and rammed them into the Terran army, I mean, it's 8 gate production against, what is that, 6 factory in the middle of the map. I think he could have made it work, but now Light is in kind of a weird position. This game is so weird, Nyoken.
I was thinking the same thing. This is extremely weird. The armies are at positions that I was not expecting. And I was going to go in, but remember, he spent a lot of money building those Stargates out of siege.
Mines.
Yeah, there's no mines.
There's nothing here. What's Light doing? He's about to lose his entire army. And behind this, there's 2 Stargate carrier coming. Shuttle's going to be in such a good position.
Yep, he gets a lot of the cells on top of the tanks. All the tanks are going to die. I think Protoss is going to lose his army also, except for the goons. But yeah, this was a massive win for Shuttle, and with carriers behind it, this is fantastic for him. Just a single tank going to try and hold the line, but now Terran is reset down to down 40 supply.
What am I watching, Nyoken?
Yeah, that was a
This
big...
is so uncharacteristic, watching Light just get smacked by Shuttle. I mean, maybe it's the caster curse. I don't know what's going on here, but this is all of a sudden... I don't even understand Protoss's build order, because double Stargate carrier here, like, it takes a while to get online, but, I mean, he did exactly what he needed to do, so Protoss should be in a winning position, and if Protoss doesn't win this game, then this double Stargate carrier build is not a thing.
Yeah, this is about as big of a advantages you can have as Protoss. You feel like Shuttle should be able to close it out, but he is facing versus, one of the best defensive TVPs in the world right now, if not the best. He can definitely play out of it, which is insane to me, but Light always makes it happen. He is struggling here. It's bad enough to be down 30, 40 supply, but to lose all your tanks also is going to be really hard to rebuild. And how is he going to punish this 4th base? Like, I don't feel like he can do anything to that. A lot of scans going off. I guess maybe he's not aware that carriers are on the field.
Well, that's only 2 cannons, so they don't really kill vultures quickly. And that's a lot of probes to go down. So, good harassment from Terran here. But Protoss' supply is astronomically higher. Mostly in Zealots. I think Shuttle would like a couple more goons here to really lock down the map. Although I think a lot of them are... Is that probes going to 3 o'clock? Man, Shuttle just has so much stuff.
Yeah, he has a lot of stuff. One thing that Terran does have going for him is he does have 1-1 already. So he'll have 2-2. And that's obviously going to be a massive power spike for him. But being down 40 supply, he's in a world of hurt. He needs to get his 4th base. Cannons going down at the 4th base for Protoss, so Vulture run by shouldn't be able to do much, but we may not even get to into the late game because, again, Light is extremely far forward with no Vulture support, and there's a million Zealots.
Well,
dude, the observer sees it.
Just
go,
go.
Go.
What is he doing?
Just go, dude. You saw the Vulture go to top right.
Oh my god, he's trolling so hard. He literally saw there was nothing defending the tanks. What am I watching? What is Shuttle doing? He missed an opportunity there. He could have just won the game on the spot. I mean, he's still super far ahead, but I cannot believe he did not pull the trigger on that one.
That was definitely an opportunity for him. What was it, 10 tanks and 4 Goliaths or something trying to hold versus like 20 speed zealots, 20 goons? Now, no way. There's no way he's engaging now. Yeah, he's going to back off. He definitely can't fight now, not with the army all synced up together and supplies being as high as it is.
Yeah, this is a good timing for Terran. I mean, his ground army is definitely stronger than Protoss' ground army, but the 4 carriers are on the way now. He needs the carriers to start doing stuff. Oh my god, what is Shuttle doing?
He's losing his ob. If mines get set up and there's a big engagement, these zealots are going to just get melted. For now, there's no mines. Oh my gosh, he finds a huge clump of zealots on the left side. He's going to lose maybe like 6 of them, something along those lines. And Light is again approaching max.
I mean, I don't know what Shuttle's doing. He's just giving Terran so much space, and 2-1 finishing now for Terran as well. This is a good army composition from Terran. And he is getting a 4th base as well.
The fact that Protoss doesn't have their 3rd gas while going carriers makes me think that Shuttle might be on a low probe count, which does make me a little bit worried that if he doesn't overwhelmingly win this fight, Light may be able to, continue to play out this game. Light does have his 4th base up and running, by the way, so he has managed to crawl his way back into this game.
This is the problem with double Stargate, is you make carriers so slowly, and 4 carriers is really not that much. Well, those tanks are really far forward, and the Zealots are going to connect on top of them. That's a lot of Protoss units, but 2-1 for Terran. 2-2 actually is a massive power spike. Does Protoss have enough? The supplies are still even. This is looking like a good trade. I mean, Protoss was so far ahead this game. But Light is staying in this fight, but as we approach the end of it, it looks like Protoss is starting to gain more value. 6 carriers out.
Yeah, 6 carriers out, so now he's going to start hitting really hard. What is it, 8 Goliaths left over? So the carriers and goons can kill this army. He needs to kill this... Okay, maybe there's more Goliaths than I thought, but he needs to kill this army before reinforcements come. But now it's kind of tricky for Light, though, because you're not going to attack into high ground on the 3rd base. That's not going to happen. You're not going to attack into high ground on the 4th base. So I actually feel like probably he's just going to reset, because I can't imagine him getting any carrier kills here.
Yeah, you're right. He has to go back, and that's going to give Protoss time to get into 8 carriers. I mean, honestly, if this was anyone else playing other than these 2, I would have counted Terran out long ago. I would have just been talking about how this game's unwinnable for Terran. Terran's in such a bad position, but because it's Light versus Shuttle, I just have this feeling that Light can grind it out, and Shuttle has missed so many opportunities so far.
I think if Terran attacks bottom middle, spams turrets there, because there's buildable terrain right there. Like, mid-right has been running for a decent amount of time for Shuttle. He could be mined out at some point. But instead,
Ken is defending this base.
Yeah, these cannons were way far forward. He's going to lose all of his probes. And, well, Light committed a lot for that. Like, he did send a lot of vultures down there. He's now down 30 supply.
Terran is just in such a bad spot from the early game, honestly. That was such a disaster, and I can't believe Shuttle didn't just pounce on that army when he saw it with his observer. Like, that's just so mind-boggling to me. It's so mind-boggling to me. And somehow, Light is still making this work. But Shuttle has 8 carriers now. They have decent, well, they only have the shield upgrades, but they also have weapon upgrades as well.
Terran's almost 3-3 though, and you know, this is retro, where Terran players take the middle of the map and spam turrets. It's gonna be hard for Shuttle to get another base. It's gonna be obviously very hard for him to attack through the center. I think he's taking the smart move to loop around like this, but you can see Light scan it. He's like, "Oh, you're moving? Well, okay, I'm moving also."
Yeah, and he needs a Storm at some point. If Protoss was taking the Storm, it would make it much harder for Terran to win this game.
Oh, you can't fight here. Protoss, you cannot fight here. This is such a tiny choke for him. All the Zealots are going to die basically immediately. Goons are going to get blasted by these tanks. There are a lot of Goliaths here, but there's not that many Vultures. The Zealots actually survived longer than I was anticipating.
Carriers are blasting the tanks away though, and a lot of Goons are still left on the field. No carrier goes down. You can see one red health one, basically 1 HP almost, but 8 carriers are now out on the map. The supplies are really good for Protoss, so you can see Shuttle's actually trading really well. Again, in any other situation, if it was any other players, I would think, if this was Snow, for example, I'd be like, oh my god, Terran's in a lot of trouble, but Light's making this work. I think Protoss has everything he needs to win, though.
I think he does also. What I'm mostly worried about isn't his army, it's just running out of money. Okay, the Goliath count is way too low to be here. This could be the mistake that Shuttle was looking for. The Goliaths are moving forward, and there's what, 9 carriers? I don't even see 9 Goliaths here. There's no way that this army can engage the carriers, and we may actually see GG. Well, actually, maybe not, because look at Shuttle's supply. It has also plummeted.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Terran's mining way more than Protoss, and he lost a lot of the carriers.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he's gonna clean this up, but Terran has like a bunch of mining going and a lot of factories, so maybe he can bounce back, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I was gonna say I don't know if Protoss is gonna feel confident to commit to mid left, because if I'm Protoss and I have 95 supply, that doesn't feel like a good position. But he needs to get rid of at least mid left. But Goliaths are coming to save the day. I think there's enough SCVs to repair and not enough carriers to actually knock down this base, but actually the Goliaths are not coming. This base might actually get taken down. We do see Vultures being sent to bottom middle, and like I was saying, Shuttle is on the brink of running out of money. His mid-right base should be mined out pretty soon.
That was really good thinking there from Shuttle, actually just sitting there and killing the SCVs off, because there was enough SCVs to repair the command center until the Goliaths came. And now he killed a bunch of the SCVs. That's a huge chunk of Terran's current economy. Will Light... Nope, he will not intercept the carriers before they go bottom left. And this is looking really bad for Terran now, because he's mining on just one base.
Yep, one base. Yep, and now Light's going to be the one that's going to be on the ropes with little income coming in. He's got a lot of Goliaths, which are great versus carriers. Goliaths are not good versus Goons. I guess he does have 3-3, so they're going to be hitting as strong as they possibly could be. But look at Light's income. Like, he's just sitting at 74. I feel like now all he can do is try and go for a game-winning move. He's going to lose all these SCVs also.
No, this is it. This game's over. There's no tanks to support these Goliaths, so it doesn't matter that he has a lot of them, because the ground army, you need to have a decent amount of tanks. There's like a threshold of tanks you need to have to like invalidate the Protoss's ground army, and 3 is not it. They're not going to be chewing through these Goons fast enough. And Protoss has like a 30 supply lead. With carriers, it's a massive lead. I mean, Terran does have a push here. Can he make it work? I don't know.
Yeah, but he can't, lollygag here. He's got to go before the ground army gets even bigger, or the carrier count gets even bigger, because Light's basically building 1 or 2 units at a time. That is just so many Dragoons, man. It is just so many Dragoons.
Yeah, that's, I mean, there's just a lot of Protoss and not a lot of Terran, so I think this is going to be at one last fight in the middle of the map. Looks like, again, Shuttle has been giving Light so much respect in these games, in this game so far, but he definitely has the army to win this game.
There's no mines here, at least not just yet, so there's really no threat where the Zealots are going to get killed immediately. 60, almost 60 supply lead for Protoss. Terran is going to get the center, though. Command center coming and landing. SCVs, he needs to knock that down so he can start mining the center.
Yeah.
I feel like the only way that Terran can win this fight, if there's even a possibility, is he needs to EMP all the carriers. The carriers need to be sitting on top of the army, and that army also gets EMP'd at the same time, because it's a max Protoss almost versus 110.
Yeah, Protoss needs to just walk away from the desk to for Terran to win this. Honestly, 180 supply. This is, I think Shuttle knows after killing the 2 command centers that he's in a good spot economically, and he's gonna wait to get maxed, making only Zealots, and now he's gonna go.
Yep.
No mines. This is such a huge supply advantage.
Yep, there's the D matrix on something. I didn't even see what got D matrix, but this is going to be the last stand. Is there enough Terran is the question. The Zealots are finally getting on top of the units, and now with the Zealots on top of the Goliaths, the whole ground army can die. The carriers will win at this point, and that means Shuttle. He is going to take game 1.
Wow. I cannot believe that just happened. Very, very uncharacteristic there from Light. I mean, he not only did he lose this game, but he almost like gave Shuttle the win a number of times.
Yeah, like Light was doing really well with like his movement in the beginning with his vultures and, you know, the drop and the tank move at the third base. But then I guess he was feeling way too confident in his position. Like, why was he out in the center for so long? Like, I was watching that. I'm like, dude, if this is any other game, Protoss is just going to jump on you at some point. You can't be out in the center with no vulture support.
Yeah, usually you either commit to pushing to the third base with that 5-fact, or you just take your own third and you sit. And Light did neither of those. He just sat in the middle of the map, and that allowed Protoss to just take a really dream. And not only did he he didn't even sit in the middle of the map. He just kept moving around. It was so weird. And even that follow-up, you know, where I can't believe Shuttle didn't pounce on all those tanks.
Yeah, the second time.
Yeah, the second time. So I think Light, he looked insanely shaky that game, and there's a real possibility, Nyoken, that Shuttle wins here.
Yeah, I think so, especially with Dark Origin as the second map. And, you know, Light just banned Blitz, so he must, for some reason, not want to necessarily play a 2-player map. So all of a sudden, Shuttle's looking like he could be in a good spot. And, of course, Troy, that's a tough map. The fact that Light lit that through means he must have something planned. You know, when Ringing Bloom was a map, he was playing Wraith Marine Medic. We could see something like that. But either way, we're ready with game 2. Let's see if Light can let's see if Shuttle can actually eliminate Light here. Okay, in the bottom right, up 1-0, it is Shuttle.
And in the top left, the Terran, it is Light.
Dark Origin, man, I've seen a lot of games of Light playing on this map. I downloaded a lot of replays of him on this map because I was struggling so hard on Dark Origin, and he's really solid here. I think despite him going for the Blitz ban, I think this is his map, really. Like, he's devastatingly strong on this map.
Yeah, the Blitzban is a really interesting owner, what he was thinking with that. And it looks like forward pylon into gas steel is going to be the play, as is usually the case. Again, this is the most standard way to open.
Yep, so this is looking like what we already saw Best pull out versus Rush. And I'm sure that Light will just go for the 10 racks just like what Rush did.
Well, Light's got to be unsettled. I think this is the point in the game, you know, mentally, I mean, especially when you're light, you expect yourself to not even drop a game here against Shuttle. I promise you that's the mentality here, and he lost one, so that's when the doubts start creeping in, you know, like, oh, what's wrong with my performance? Like, why does this keep happening to me in tournaments, etc.? When, especially someone like Light, who has so much success online and in the spawn games and everything like that. So we'll see if he can keep it settled and play his game, because again, he is favored here. He just needs to play a solid TVP.
Oh, second racks. He thinks that it's a double gate.
It's very. He does this quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, he does this, and then he cancels it when it's not actually a forward gate.
Actually, I've seen him play a recent game where he kept the 2 racks even when he saw it was no proxy. I mean, you can still pressure the Nat from Protoss. It's tricky for Protoss to deal with this 2 racks.
Well, don't you just build a forge and that's it?
Yeah, you can, but I mean, it does hit a bit earlier than that, but...
Alright, well, we'll see what Protoss's response to this is. I think it is imperative that he pushes this probe out, because if he well, I guess the assimilator still has vision of the racks also, so he'll be able to see if it actually gets canceled or not. So far, there's not been a commitment to anything for Shuttle.
No,
other
he
than
can't cancel the racks yet, because he should have been working on killing the gas much earlier if he was going to cancel it. So he's committed here, and okay, looks like Shuttle is gonna try and take his Nexus. I mean, he sees this is double racks.
Yeah, this feels like one of those... Okay, I will say, at the beginning when he put his racks at the bottom, you saw that? If he had put his racks next to the command center and then the second racks at the bottom... Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, is he trolling?
This looks weird to me, but, I mean, you're telling me he's done this before? I hope he doesn't just pull,
no,
right?
What's Protoss doing?
Yeah, I don't know what Protoss is doing. Like, the fact that there's no... He is pulling. And there's no forge. I don't...
What is Shuttle doing? He literally sees the 2 racks, man. Like, there's only one play. He needs... And he's not even getting a forge. He's dead.
Yeah, I don't want to say he's dead because it is pro-level play, but he's in trouble for sure.
What? That's just so strange.
Well, what are the SCVs doing? They didn't help out. You gotta help, bro.
What am I watching? Well, okay.
Oh, he caught a zealot. And
I mean, it doesn't matter. There's just so much Marines. Like, at some point, there's no way. I think if Shuttle actually started a forge, he actually bought so much time, he might have had time to put down cannons, possibly. But even then, like, he would have to put down 2 cannons.
Well, you know what's funny is Dark Origin is unlike Blitz in the sense that if it's a 2 racks and you build cannons at your natural, you feel safe, right? But there's that mineral patch at the back. Terran can just mine that out and go bunker your main. So actually, this is surprisingly strong versus this. SCV's in the front to body block for the 2 zealots. Oh, probe drill. That was really good from Shuttle to have the game sense to send a probe to the right side. But the thing is there's just so much DPS with the Marines.
Yeah, but now his gate's dead and his Nexus is gonna die shortly. He doesn't have a forge.
There's a forge. It's too late. Too late for that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't understand what I just watched. That's literally incomprehensible to me. It seems like Light is trying to... Well, okay, he's gonna clean up these zealots, first of all. And then he will kill the Nexus. Good trades for Protoss, but I mean, this is double racks production. He can waste a lot of Marines.
Well,
there's
no cannon. Actually. Yeah, and the thing is where do you even put the cannon? If you build it in front of the Nexus, they walk behind the minerals. If you put it like in your mineral line, they bunker the front. Now this can get... Well, it's only 1 zealot. I was gonna say, like, if he can catch the Marines, this could be a mistake to not kill the Nexus, the Nat Nexus, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's no world where he doesn't kill the Nexus eventually, though. So I think this is optimal play for Light to poke into the main, because he can always just fall back and just kill the Nexus as he's doing right now, and it forced the probe pool. It looks like, I mean, Shuttle's gonna try and defend. I don't know what Shuttle's doing, man. I really don't see it this game, and now he's going to pull probes again, but he's going to lose a lot of them.
Yeah, there's too many Marines here. The Zealots are going to die, like, instantly. There they go, goodbye, and we're going to see GG in a second. It's more Marines than there are probes, and Shuttle, unfortunately, This was not his game. Now Terran can literally just walk into the mineral line. He can kill the Ardo pylon right there.
Yeah. And that's going to unpower all the Protoss buildings.
Yep, the observer knows. Look, they got rid of the cameras. They're like, this game's done.
Yeah, well, if he leaves.
Yeah. He's got to accept the reality. There it is. GG comes out, and that means Light, he strikes back in game 2, and we've got a tied series, and that means we got Troy for game 3.
I mean, that was awful. Like, that was I don't know what else to say other than that was terrible from Shuttle. I mean, what was he thinking? He literally saw the 2 racks in his face, and he's putting down a Nexus, and then not even. I mean, I can understand if you put down a Nexus and then he scrambled to put down a Forge, but then it was a second gate. Like,
well,
what?
sometimes it's like so obvious, right, that no way he could be doing this, right? Like, you showed me what you're gonna do. You're not gonna commit to it, but he ended up doing it. But like I said, like I was thinking about the Forge, right? We thought that was gonna be a good counter, but when you think about it on Dark Origin, they can just avoid the cannon. So, like he wasn't mining gas, so what's he gonna do?
You can't just go mine out the back mineral patch.
You
that
can.
doesn't work. No, you can't.
What do you
mean? It
mean?
takes too long to mine that. They can't mine at the same time, and then they would have to go up the ramp. You can still cannon your main.
Yeah, you can cannon your ramp. I think that would be the best move, is to cannon the ramp. But
that's not a play, dude.
I don't know about that.
That's not why. Trust me. That's
well, I agree. I don't think that's
go for cannons.
Well, we'll see. I'm a try it out on the ladder if I hit that. Because ladder is similar to Shuttle's play level, right?
Well, that was pretty much that was not impressive. But Troy's gonna be the map here. Finally, Nyoken, you get your dream to see a game on Troy.
Yeah, it actually didn't take as long as I thought it would take. Round of 16, I thought we were gonna be like round of 4 minimum before we actually got a Troy game, but here we are, and it's actually got, I think, the player that's most designed for it. It's got Light at bottom right and Shuttle at top right.
Yeah, and let's see what happens this game, because so far the series has been like insane, and not for the right reasons. I mean, I am still kind of shocked how in the first game Light just kept donating armies. And in the second game, Shuttle just sees the 2 racks and then dies. Like, it's just so crazy to me that that's how it played out. Just so this game, honestly, on Troy, literally anything could happen at this point.
Yeah.
You know the what is it? The Koreans always say, you gotta cast the players, not the game.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, like whenever they talk about, whenever they try and evaluate a game, they're always like, oh, don't look at the theory, look at the players playing. And if you're looking at these 2 players playing and how they're playing today, literally anything could happen.
Yeah.
So let's toss out all the analysis. Let's not think about the game too much, and let's just see what happens.
I'm hoping to see something special here. That is going to be another 11 gas.
This
from Light.
Even, look at Light's racks, but even this is unsettling to me, because this is the usual SimCity, but not when your gas is open towards your national. I mean, this game it's not going to come into play, but I think Light would be putting his racks either up next to the gas or at his choke. So just a bit unsettling so far this series, to be honest.
Well, we'll see what he wants to do with this gas, because he may not actually pull off. This is one of those maps where you may try and do a 1 base. For now, everything looks like pretty typical. Oh, he has pulled off gas. So actually, it is just going to be a normal follow-up, and there's the 222 factory. What's that SCV doing? Oh, it's building a depot.
Building the depot? Yeah. Well, that's also a good SimCity, so looks like both players with no one playing to the map. I mean, I don't really have much experience on this map because it's vetoed.
Of course. So... Does anybody have it not vetoed?
Just very standard opening.
Yeah, very normal. I was actually expecting it
no
to
range
be...
actually.
Okay, well, I mean,
Well,
that's...
this is risky now because the one thing this map has going for it is the rush distances are quite
Yeah.
tiny on these on the vertical spawns.
Yeah, you're really, really close to each other. But like you said, the barracks is basically as far away as it possibly could be. Factory's already done. Everything to me looks like it's just going to be a normal command center. I'm kind of surprised that
What am I
this
even
is
watching? Like
gotten
lights.
normal.
He's like scouting cross map. Preuss is scouting cross map. Like all logic is out the window this game.
Maybe he's looking for Proxy. I don't know.
I mean, I think he's looking for like a 2-gate. Worried for killing the geysers, and then Preuss is probably looking for the same. So,
Wow, straight robo as a follow-up. Still no range, by the way.
yeah, that's absolutely insane. Generally, you want to make the range at least. This is, but I will say this though, you do have a high ground expansion here for Preuss, so the goons can hold on the high ground on the ramp, and that definitely helps tremendously. So possibly why he opted to go robotics first. But if he gets away with this, I mean, this is a great opening from Preuss.
Yeah, this is basically as greedy as you could possibly get here, and he's not going to get punished. He had a good transfer here. The command center is going to be done in just a second. Light's still building vulture. Okay, he's going to attack. 4 Marines, 3 vultures.
Yeah, but up a ramp, so it's going to be very difficult, actually. He does have mines. Okay, he goes away. I mean, I don't know what you expected to happen there. That's a ramp.
Well, I actually thought he was leading the way with the Marines to check if they have range, and if they didn't have range, he was going to commit. But he still didn't commit. I guess you don't really need Marines at this point in the game, so he's just freeing up supply. I guess you could look at it like that, but vultures do lay mines, starting to get vision. Typical of Light here, gets vision all over the map.
This is such an insanely fast support bay. It's going to put on so much pressure. This was robotics without range into support bay, no obs. And Terran, I mean, this is around the time Terran would start their eBay. Oh, okay, that's actually an observatory. And he did get the shuttle first. I do wonder, did he queue the Reaver first, or did he get an observer?
I hope it's a Reaver, because Light opened 3 vultures, so you know his tank count is going to be extremely low, and he just donated 2 Marines, so you know that there's not a lot of anti-air. It looks like it is Reaver, because his shuttle's already gone back.
Yeah, and this is, it's going to put on a lot of pressure, because this is very fast, actually. Let's see if Light, and at this point, Terran can choose to skip turrets and go for a faster academy, or even a faster second factory here, so I am curious. He has to start building the turrets.
Well, Terran's in trouble. He's got 1 factory. Like, if he loses any tank, where does his damage come from?
Well, he does have the turret, and he does have a mine here. Ooh, 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 okay. Well, actually, this is scary.
I was just about to say that. You can block the entrance with the goon. Oh, he does take a lot of damage on that shuttle, though.
The turret missed the shot, actually, so that was really fortunate for Shuttle. And I think if that was snow there,
he would have killed all 3 tanks.
It is very possible the game would have ended, but so far,
okay, this shuttle is very, very low, and now it's so low that I don't know if Shuttle can really use it anymore.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was just very disciplined from Light to get his turrets on time, and had he not, which is very likely, you know, like, Terrans can opt to skip the turrets and get faster infrastructure, because it's not every game that Preuss rushes this shuttle like this, but this time around, Light got it on time, so avoid a disaster.
And I was wondering where the factories were for Light, because I was like, there's no way you're still on 1 factory, and he does have 3 coming. That's probably going to be a 4th, maybe even a 5th. Nexus or 3rd Nexus is almost up for Shuttle at this point, so he's got 3 bases.
And this is why this map is difficult for Terran. On the one hand, again, the rush distances are very short, and the middle of the map is very buildable, so
in terms of timing rushes, Terran can take control of the middle and have a nice time pushing into the opponent's base. But you can see, and this is what Shuttle's doing, he's going around and killing all these geysers, and that's actually going to make these bases much more inaccessible to the Terran than they are to the Protoss. You know, Protoss can make shuttles more easily. They have kind of better units into the shuttles than the Terran does. And so Terran, like in this mid game, he won't be able to push anything other than the Protoss's main. He can't go and kill random nexuses around the map. Like Shuttle has the island map. He's gonna the island base. He's also gonna have 12 o'clock, which is basically an island at this point.
Yeah, and that looks like a command center at the third base for Light, but I don't think that's a command. Yeah, that's an eBay. I'm very surprised that despite it being Troy, he doesn't get a starport or anything. He's just doing a normal 5-fact or 6-fact. Actually, this may be a 6-fact timing, so he's going to make a massive push onto Shuttle here and try and overwhelm him.
Yeah. Double Reaver is out. Does he have Goliaths in range? Yes, most likely he does. So, I mean, Terran has everything they need. And again, the rush distances here are tiny. So, Terran doesn't have to move out too much.
Yep, and I think there is buildable terrain here also, so he can slow push across the map. And like you said, the rush distance is very short, so he can get there really quickly and be unperturbed with his slow push.
And we'll see how Shuttle defends this. I mean, Shuttle doesn't really have any tech coming. He's just on this 8 gate. He does not have shuttle speed, which is peculiar, but that's a lot of resources, and skipping that means he can get a lot more gateways, or probably has an extra gateway than he otherwise would. But it's going to make this shuttle very susceptible to Goliath just walking up.
Well, he's missed the observer almost every single time. Shuttle is doing a really good job to slow down this push as much as possible. I like how Light is now finally using his barracks to spot but also soak up hits, but speed is already done on the Zealots, and just like the other games, there are no mines set up.
This is so hard for Terran. I mean, at some point you just gotta take a third base. Like, you can't, this is like the old theory coming back. You can't push into 9 gate. No mines in front, and the Zealots are just gonna come in. This is so much Protoss. Is Light gonna get eliminated by Shuttle?
I think he might actually bust through here. A lot of the tanks have already died. There's one Reaver left over. I think there's one Reaver left over. Maybe there isn't. The goons are still alive, and they push back this attack.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing, Nyoken. I'm speechless. Like, you know, this is what we were talking about for years. Terran can't just do timings, because eventually Protoss, when they play this style, they just have 9 gates and mass Zealot goons.
You
just don't have the production. Like, six factories? He has 6 factories. It's not enough to contest 9 gateways.
Yeah, and he's now reset the tank count quite a bit. Protoss is now up 30 supply. Remember, Protoss still has that island base. He still has 3 bases running. Terran, I'm not sure what that building is that just went down in his main, but I don't think it's a command center. I'm guessing it's probably a starport. Yeah, it's a starport.
I can't believe I'm witnessing this.
So Terran's still committing to this 6-fact. No more additional bases coming in, at least not just yet. I guess he has pushed far enough to try and take mid-right.
I feel like I'm feeling what Light's feeling right now. It's just... It's just a pitfall of despair. You're like on autopilot, you know, you just don't know what to do.
I think
it's just not working out.
I think Light actually got kind of lucky that these assemblers aren't taken down either.
Yeah.
Because then he wouldn't have been able to transfer any SCVs. Now this could have been the reason why he did a 6-fact, because now he's in a kind of a killer position if he can get enough stuff onto the high ground. He could definitely win fights like 140 versus 110, but if he loses the high ground, I don't see how he can actually stabilize this game. So he needs to be consistently reinforcing this spot. Here comes a drop.
Yeah, here comes another attack from
the shuttle died.
Shuttle.
Oh, but there's a storm, and it hits all the vultures and the tanks. And again, Terran is going to be pushed back.
Yeah, but maybe Protoss is overextended slightly. There's no mines though, and the goons are doing a lot of damage. More zealots coming in, man. 9 gate production is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Ramming it in here.
This might act. I mean, it is a tournament game, so it's probably not GG just yet, but, you know, essentially this could be it, because Protoss just has so much. Templars, if they have Storm available, they can knock down so many SCVs right now. There is 1 tank. That's it. 2 tanks. And it's going to fall. Finally, we see some mines, but it's way too late. He's losing SCVs left and right. There's a drop going across the map, but I don't even know what was loaded up in that. I'm assuming it's a Vulture drop.
I just can't believe Light lost.
Oh, well, is there anything here?
Dude, I'm just speechless, man.
Yeah,
Shuttle is an absolute legend.
he definitely brought it in this series. He's going to win this game unless there's some miracle that we're not seeing. A lot of the SCVs have died. The tanks and vultures, I guess, are going to hold. And Shuttle should consider turning around because he did just lose all of his probes at his third base. Don't want to bleed off even more supply.
Light's going to be eliminated first in this group.
Well, it's really looking like that. Guess it's technically not over just yet because these vultures are still dealing damage.
Dude, if Protoss loses this game, I mean, that'd be insane.
Well,
I mean, the steam is kind of running out for Shuttle, and somehow this 3 o'clock base is online.
yeah, and by the way, the vultures got loaded up. He's going to lose these Templars. If the vulture drop goes to top middle, there's a lot of probes over there also that I don't think he can save.
Well, and the shuttle's coming inside of the main, but the goons do finally put an end to that reign of terror. And
by the way, mid left, do you see that there's something over there? I don't know if that's units or racks or command center or what that. Okay, those are vultures.
There's units, yeah. I'm surprised he actually saw them.
I am also, because those were so far across the map that you wouldn't expect to see it. Probe count is really low, dude. He lost a lot.
Yeah, and somehow Terran has access to this 3 o'clock, so... Whoa, what is happening in this game? Like I said, Nyoken, we gotta look at the players.
Okay, he did kill one of the assimilators.
Yeah, the vultures can't fit.
Yeah, vultures can't fit, but he does have the drop. Like,
yeah, he has the drop, and one thing from Shuttle is he hasn't researched Shuttle speed yet. So,
yeah,
I mean, I understand that Shuttle speed, he cut it so he could get this 9 gate going. But at this point, he should have been rich enough to get it. So,
I don't think Light is out of it. There's a lot of mines, and he does have high ground. Econ has been reset. If you look at the majority of the army for Protoss, it's like Zealots. He snipes the shuttle,
oh my God.
And that's the only shuttle he has. If there's a vulture drop at top middle, of course, I don't see a dropship anywhere, but if there was, he could kill the Econ again. Okay, there it is. There is actually a tank and vulture drop, and there's no shuttle out right now.
And the observers are also kind of missing, not clearing these mines. This is such a strange position to be in as both players. Of course, the longer this goes, the more favored Protoss is because Terran's mining out his main and that, and Protoss will be on 2 fresh bases with the double island.
This is looking like it's going to be the key battle. I wonder if this will trigger the attack from Shuttle because I don't think he can deal with the drop at top right or top middle. Okay, he has cannons, but there's still. He needs to send a Templar over here and storm this.
Yeah, and
well, Zealots, can they fit through?
Yeah, the Zealots can fit through.
Okay, never mind. He cleaned it up. I thought for some reason the Zealots couldn't. Okay, that was a good storm, and he gets the tank.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from the mines.
Yeah.
That's like these expansions. They're only 6 mural patches.
Yeah, I see that. So not big econ.
And Terran can always float their command centers. Yeah, I forget that's very, very fair design.
Yeah. And he critically kept his dropship alive, so he can transfer them over pretty easily.
Well, these supplies are not good for Terran, but when Terran's in an entrenched position like this, their efficiency skyrockets. So
I wonder if Shuttle can make this attack work, and if not, what is his contingency plan? Well, it looks like he's just going to go for it. He does not have Shuttle speed, though, and everything's kind of bunched up. Oh my god, the mines connect. Can he get good storms off? That's so much supply from Protoss. One storm on top of the Vultures is massive, and on the high ground, the Zealots connect.
Yeah, and with these tanks going down on the high, oh my gosh, he's lost everything. Wow, it just completely got reset in. That was catastrophic damage. These assimilators were not taken down, so this is a vulnerable base. And I think at this point, the writing could be on the wall, Light. You just don't have the supply anymore. You don't have the money anymore. You have 1 tank and 5 vultures.
Yeah, and losing 3 o'clock is going to be massive. Protoss still mining out of his 2 islands, and I mean, I just can't believe he didn't veto Troy.
Yeah, that's... Like, I don't mind him not vetoing Troy, but I thought he was going to have something planned other than this. You know, like 6-fact and you just leave Troy here? I mean, he got even, I think, the best spawn, right? Like, he got vertical spawn where you can sit on the ledge, and it still just got overrun.
That is really disappointing, man. I cannot believe Light, of all the players, he...
Like, Troy is just a weird map. Like,
just look at Light, man. I don't think I've ever seen anyone...
Well, it's just a strange decision because other than sitting on the high ground in that one spot, like, he didn't take down assimilators, he didn't go drops, he didn't like go wraith and then take a fast third base next to him, like, you know, the island. Like, it was just, there was nothing there that said like this was a strategy designed for Troy, you know? Like, I don't know, it was just weird. Like, I feel like he could have played that strategy on any other map and it would have been, you know, similar result.
This series was absolutely insane. I can't believe I just witnessed this in 2024.
The 10%er.
March 25th, the 10%er.
It hits every now and then.
I mean, look at this attack right before +2. If +2 had kicked in, maybe this game would have been different. But look at look at Terrance's SCV count, 35.
Yeah, it's extremely low. And this time he actually had mine set up. Like, he did have the defense.
I mean, the thing is, with 35 workers, like, he would never get enough units to attack top right. You know what I mean? Like, he would never get max with this kind of an eco. So I think even if Protoss doesn't attack there, maybe he expands top left. Like, this game was not really winnable for Terran. But I mean, Light gets eliminated by Shuttle of all people.
And you know that he's not happy about that, but it does set us up for a rematch of Rush versus Shuttle. So we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll find out who's going to be making it out of this group in second place. Right, the final match of the day is upon us. As you can see from the rundown, we had Rush take down Shuttle. Best beat Light. Best got out in first place over Rush. Shuttle just eliminated Light, and now we've got a rematch of game 1.
Yeah, that's right. Shuttle eliminated Light.
Bet you didn't think you were gonna be saying that today.
I just can't believe that just happened. So Light Shuttle is gonna be going up against Rush in a rematch of the first game, where honestly Rush looked dominant. But I mean, Shuttle just beat Light, man. So he's got to feel confident coming into this one.
Yeah, you got to be feeling really good about beating, one of the best Terran players on the planet, and now he's got rematch or revenge on his mind here. Wonder what map bans are going to be. The maps are going to be a little bit different here. I expect to see Citadel in the mix here.
Yeah, well, I wonder if Rush will actually ban Troy. I would be shocked if he didn't. We are going to see it soon.
Oh, he banned Citadel also. Okay, so we got Radeon, Dark Origin, and Retro.
Yeah, Citadel is a pretty decent Terran map. Radeon is going to be the game #1 map. So let's get into it. The first game of the last set of Group C. It is Rush versus Shuttle.
Right, in the bottom right, we've got cross spawns this time. It's Rush.
And in the top left, Protoss, it is Shuttle. And, a bit of a bittersweet feeling for Shuttle, because on the one hand, I think he would love to be celebrating his win against Light. But the bottom line is he has to win against Rush now. So it's still game on, and Rush, I mean, he's no joke. Light and Rush, the 1 and 2 Terran, in not necessarily in that order, but they are the best Terrans right now. So still some work ahead of Shuttle if he wants to make it out of this group.
Well, Radeon is a good map, I think, in general, for both of the races. I think PvT, you can get 4 bases pretty easily. You can split the map pretty easily. Terran also can get 4 bases pretty easily. We'll see if we even get to 4 bases, though, because we saw Rush just go for the throat in game 1, like a 2-base, 5-fact timing. And overall, the Terran players today, in general, have been quite aggressive.
Yeah, well, Light was trying to be aggressive against Shuttle, and it just didn't work out. So, we'll see. I mean, again, these days, Terran is very aggressive in the middle game. So, Rush looks like he is going to go for a gas expand.
Yep, there's gas for Shuttle. Well, maybe Rush it. Okay, there's 12 gas. All right, 12 gas from him. Everything very normal. No scouting from either side.
Yeah, Preuss opting not to go for... Well, we did see Shuttle go for that mix-up on Retro against Light with the early scout across the map, but he is not going to use it here. Of course, Rush was watching the previous series, no doubt in my mind, so Shuttle, I think, doesn't want to whip out something that he used previously, and Rush is just going to be playing super standard with his 12 gas, with an adjacent spawn scout, and again, so far Shuttle is still not scouting.
Yes, looks like it could be like a goon scout from him, just maximize his eco. Radeon is one of those maps where drops are especially strong. Your main is really big. You have the dead space over the top and bottom positions, so drops can get in easily there. Rush is well known for his fact port openers, but we haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe this could finally be the time to whip it out.
Yeah, he likes doing them, and even after something like a Rax expand, so... But we have some time to go until we see what his build choice is going to be. Terran opting for that End Scout, trying to look for any possible 12 Nexus openings, and meanwhile Protoss still not scouting with the probe, so most likely we will see a 21 Nexus. This is going to be a much more conservative opening from Protoss, because he's not cutting range this time around, I don't think.
Yeah, no cut this time. Still 21 Nexus though. And we just have, you know, just the standard opener these days. 3 Marine, Vulture, Expand from Terran, nothing unusual going on. I did notice in the chat someone said it would be disastrous if not 1 Terran advanced.
Yeah.
How funny would it be if we had 8 Terrans going into the round of 16, and then after 3 groups we have, what, 5 of them eliminated? We still have 2 remaining in Group D, but it's looking like right now Protoss is dominating this season.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, I don't think anyone would have expected Light to lose the Shuttle, so that's kind of shocking to me, and I'm kind of sad we're deprived of sick TVT series. I know maybe a lot of people are happy, but I would have loved to watch Rush play Light again. But that being said, Shuttle, credit to give credit where it's due, of course. I mean, it's no joke beating Light, and ultimately Shuttle has always been, he's always been this character where people like, you know, he's the low-hanging fruit, you know, people like to use him as comic relief and what have you, but time and again, this guy constantly does fine in ASL, you know? I mean, he eliminated Jadon, he just eliminated Light.
Yep.
He's always been competitive. This guy, he's always been really good.
Yeah, and by the way, this is not going to be what I was hoping it would be, which is the starport. It was a 430 armory, which is what I talked about earlier. This guy's rushing an incredibly fast armory. Now, this could be for multiple things. It, of course, could be for 3-2. It could be for, you know, the sick, you know, 11:30 to 12-minute 2-1. But it could also be for as fast as possible 1-1 and then go for a timing or into straight 2-2. We'll see what he wants to do with it.
Yeah, well, it is cross map, and he is opting to go for the triple vulture opening instead of the tank pressure. You know, especially cross map, not too effective. Instead, he's gonna get mines at least 12 o'clock. Protoss did a good job. Oh, that was actually, he demined, that was just 1 Dragoon. Shuttle did an excellent job here, preventing any mines being placed at his 3rd base. So now Terran is not sure when that Nexus is going to be timed out, but we did see in the first game, Shuttle did go for a very early 3rd Nexus where he cut 2 Dragoons, and it looks like he's going to do the same thing.
Yep, really fast. Well, not necessarily really fast, but relatively quick 3rd Nexus. I again didn't spot a support bay. It is just Observer this time. Observer is going to come across the map and see, hey, your factory's late and you've got an armory, so you must have rushed this really, really quickly.
Shuttle's playing a really good game, man. Like a really good tournament game. Against Light, he adapted. He kind of knew Light would default to this 5-fact style and just autopilot, and he just went like ball to the walls, like 9-gate, like just mass gateway, man. Against Rush, he's using the same opening that he used on Apocalypse, hinging on the fact that Rush basically wouldn't go for that follow-up that he did, and Rush was on a mix-up there, and that's not usually the standard option to go the build that Rush did in the first game. So I do like that Shuttle picked to do the same thing in this game, meaning he's on 2-gate, he cut a couple of Dragoons to get this 3rd Nexus much earlier than you otherwise would.
Well, by the way, despite having the fast Observer, he did not immediately send it across the map. So now the factory's actually done. He doesn't get a read on that this guy was on 1 fact for a long time. Everything looks kind of normal-ish. So you may not realize that, hey, this guy got away with an absolutely insane armory timing. I thought maybe he could exploit it by going like for a fast 4th Nexus or something. But in his main, I think he's up to 4 gates now.
Yeah. Terran's not going for a starport either. So this is 100% going to be, again, the 1-1 style, which is pretty much dominating the meta currently. And I think Shuttle will clue into this. Although, honestly, going starport against what Shuttle did against Light would be really good.
Yeah, it would be really good. There's the Citadel. Everything looks like what he's just been doing all game long, or all series long, which is 8-gate, maybe 9-gate speed, and you know, when you show 5-fact and go 1-1, you don't necessarily have to attack with this. We'll see if Rush wants to. He may actually just put down a command center.
Yeah, and he scanned, again, I mean, the Citadel was kind of, what was that, like 8 minutes? It's hard to say, like, so far, Shuttle has not gone for the support bay. He kind of just gets a shuttle, and then a bunch of gateways, which is, in my opinion, it counters this style. Or at least Rush, when you're seeing this as Terran, you want to just expand. You don't want to go for a push. Because a lot of his resources are tied up in these Goliaths and Goliath range. And that unit is just not that great when it doesn't have a shuttle with 2 Reavers to snipe.
Indeed. So I think Rush will probably just take an expansion, but his supply is so high relative to Shuttle's. I mean, he's almost even in supply. That's kind of crazy. Maybe he will make an attack. The way he's moving around makes me think he is going to attack. I don't see a command center. Okay, of course, it's just always happens to me. There's the command center at the 3rd base.
Well, Rush is adapting beautifully here. This is basically what Light should have done on Retro, for example. Just commit to the 3rd base and sit. Don't do everything at once. And honestly, Rush is playing much better than Light was in the previous series so far.
Yeah, and it's really hard to attack into this position. Like, the bridge is, you know, it's kind of a wide bridge, but it's still kind of small. Oh, man, you can't let vultures in like this.
Wow.
He's going to get 2. He's really looking to get 4, and
this is just 2 vultures. I mean, it's crazy amount of damage, but you know, playable.
I think Shuttle's kind of all in. When I was watching those vultures, I took a gander at the 4th at top middle, and it's not there. So Shuttle, he's in a rough spot. He doesn't have his 3rd base gas, so he's not going arbiters. This looks like he's just trying for a bust, but Terran expanded, man, with a floated factory in the front, with a lot of mines, a lot of tanks.
Yeah, this is what's difficult for Protoss in dealing with this style. Is Terran going for a bust? Is he not? And it looks like Protoss overcommitted on his production. He doesn't have a 4th, so he has to commit here and try to trade some of his army supply.
Oh, he can't do this. There's no way that this is going to work. Look at, he's lost almost nothing. Terran is ahead in supply already. The fight just started.
Yeah, it's just the meat grinder here for Protoss, and Terran's about to finish 1-1 as well. I mean, you gotta realize Rush just watched Shuttle do this like 2-3 games in a row, and I mean, if Light's watching this game, he's probably tilted. Like, I can't believe it's that easy. I just have to sit there.
Yeah, just have to sit there, man. I think Shuttle's idea was okay, but as soon as the shuttle got immediately blown up, like, what are you shuttle bombing now? You're not bombing the tanks anymore. I think you could have just accepted, like, hey, I lost the shuttle with 4 zealots, you know, that sucks, but back off. Now he's in just real trouble. His army's less. He doesn't have any AoE, like I was saying. His 4th Nexus is late. Terran is now starting to put down a starport to get his +2.
Yeah, there's a point where Protoss has to make a decision, like on one of the production rounds earlier. Okay, here I'm not going to make units this round, this cycle, and I'll just put down my 4th Nexus. And he didn't do that, so he's kind of pigeonholed into playing aggressively here, but because Terran's just sitting and expanding, Terran's perfectly fine holding this. It's very easy and comfortable.
Oh man, and again the shuttle, okay, luckily he saves it for now. That's a good storm. But the thing is Terran doesn't mind trading 2 tanks for 12 zealots, you know? Okay, there we go. Finally some good storm hits. But the thing is that these tanks right here, there's like 5 more over on the right side. There's also a couple in the back. He is pushing through, but I feel like he's only pushing through because those tanks on the right side aren't helping at all.
Yeah, and actually, I think had he pulled back a bit earlier, he would have had a really good trade here, but, well, if he loses these goons...
He's going to lose a template also. That's a big loss.
Yeah, I think at any point Shuttle could have pulled back there and he would have had a good trade, but kind of overstayed his welcome. Doesn't have probes transferred to the 12 o'clock, actually. And, well, where are the vultures going? Straight to 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I guess he's not going to get any kills here. So he does get his 4th base up and running. Of course, he's going to knock down three probes there. And Rush, I did see his starport was a little late, so +2 is kind of far. Yeah, he hasn't even started it. Whoa.
Yeah, these upgrades are definitely late for Terran, but still, Terran's definitely in a good position here. Having held that Protoss aggression and just being on 3 base, now Terran's probably going to look forward to taking a 4th base first, hitting max, and then trying to go for a nice big push. Meanwhile, Protoss is going to try and look for that 5th base to the top right. And I'm curious, again, what is going to be the tech for Protoss? Generally, these days, you either go double robotics with Storm and stuff, or you go Stargate. And, well, we haven't seen speed from the shuttles yet, so I'm assuming he's going to put down a Stargate at some point.
You would assume that's the case, but how's he going to afford a Stargate if he's still not mining his 3rd gas? And Rush confirms there's no 3rd gas, so he knows that the chances of there being carriers or arbiters is quite slim.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the problem for Protoss is when you're doing this mass gateway style, it's hard to transition because, as you mentioned, you need more minerals than gas, and Protosses often delay their the gas income for this. It's hard to transition into that second robotics or into that Stargate, so he's kind of pigeonholed into this really low tech style.
Yeah, and I think Shuttle, like, when we saw a look at his main a moment ago, his probe count looked kind of low. I realized he just transferred to his 4th and his 3rd base, obviously, but again, it seems like this is another low probe count game for him, so he's focusing heavily on units. But if Terran just continues to sit here, gets 2-2, gets EMP, he better have Storms of the Century, otherwise his army's going to melt, and then he's going to have no econ to follow up with.
180 supply for Terran. That's going to be an absolute Protoss meat grinder. And it looks like Rush is trying to get some harassment done at the same time. Very non-committal, just 5 vultures. Most of his supplies at the front with good upgrades, most likely. Oh, actually, he might still be on 1-1, so maybe this is the time. Can Storms connect well?
That's good.
A couple on the vulture.
That was really good. Hits a lot of the vultures, but man, those 5 tanks on the right side still, they're not helping very much. Like, okay, now they're finally getting into the fight. Those are some good storms, but the thing is all the zealots are gone, basically. However, the zealots on the right side may actually clean up those tanks.
These upgrades are awful for Terran, and +2 on the Protoss means these Terran units kind of go down, and that was an excellent attack from Shuttle.
Yeah, it was really good. The low probe count really kicking in. He's getting the trades that he wants here, and he actually saved a lot of the goons. So the reinforcing attack may actually be able to make headway here.
I mean, honestly, I can't believe what I'm watching. Shuttle's playing really well today. I think part of it is he just understands. Well, hold that thought for a second. Here comes another round of Protoss units.
D-Matrix makes a big difference in these fights. That one single tank that's D-Matrix, watch how many hits it soaks up. Like, it's still alive, and that is not the trade that Shuttle was looking for. Massive swing in supply.
The vultures killed all those probes, transferring to top right.
Oh, they did. I was wondering how 30 supply got eviscerated, and +2 kicked in, so that's why. Yeah, Observer pointing out that all those probes died.
Oh my god, that's a lot of probes.
That's disgusting.
Well, that's game-ending damage there. Protoss has no economy anymore, and the supplies have plummeted all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Upgrades kicking in for Terran. Shuttle was looking okay for a while, but this was a disaster, and now top right's just gonna die. There's so many vultures here.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a dead base, but what this really did for Rush was having a trade like that. He wanted to take bottom middle. Now he knows he has enough stuff to fortify that base. He'll get the 4th base himself. He's still up to 30 supply. He's lost no SCVs during any of these engagements.
Yeah. And he's taking his 4th base now. This is looking like cruise control soon for Terran.
Yep, I think really all Rush needs to do is surprisingly just wait for like 1 or 2 more D-Matrixes, and then he can kind of nullify some of these storms, and then I feel like he's got an unstoppable army, and really all he needs to do is attack top right, because mid left is going to be mined out soon, and then Protoss is going to be 1 base mining at top middle. Who even cares about that when you're on 2 bases? Oh, storm drop.
Storm drop, yeah, the X Factor. This can change the game. How many SCVs is he going to get? Actually, not that many, but they are bruised up.
Yeah. Need that medic, man. Heal him up.
Yeah. Maybe that's just the answer to storm drops.
Mass medics.
It might be. You could also blind the shuttle and then blind the Templars as they come down. That's the 80s mullet build, man.
You can't cast when you don't have vision.
I know you can't.
Yeah.
So, shuttles.
Blind the observer too while you're at it.
Blind the observer. Blind everything. Everybody's blind.
Yeah.
And there's the second vessel I was talking about. Right now, he's just waiting for energy. Of course, also waiting for Max. I'm sure he has +3 on the way. There are so many mines here. This is really diligent job from Rush to lay all the mines.
Yeah, and well, Protoss doesn't really have any attack path here. Probably will still try and go for it.
Oh,
Stone drop. Oh, that's not that.
Yeah, but it draws units out of position while he attacks the front. But like I said, there's so many mines set up. Just, there's an EMP, hits a Templar. There's the D-Matrix I was talking about. The tank just soaks up so many hits. Look at the supply just go down so swiftly for Shuttle, and that was another massive swing in Rush's favor.
Yeah, that was well, I was gonna say that was the nail in the coffin, but that's the kind of trade you're looking at, and you're thinking, well, Terran's starting to run away with this game. I mean, he's been ahead for a while now. 3-3 probably on the way as well, and yeah, what does Protoss do from here? Well, there's not much.
Oh, did he spot the... Oh, I thought that was a probe transfer, but it is just Zealots, Vultures, trying to lay some more mines. There's just really no place for Protoss to attack. You can't attack the third base, the choke is too tiny. You can't attack the fourth base because mines are set up there. And all the defenses there. All you can really do is just run back and forth. I think his best option is to try and take another base, take the natural at top right.
Yeah, that's probably the only base that Shuttle could take, and I mean, he's kind of in a pickle because he has no econ and he has no tech. Usually, if you're this close to Terran in terms of economy and supply, you want to have some kind of tech, mostly carriers. But Arbiters could do the trick, except he has none of that this game, so he's basically stuck on shuttles, or sorry, on Gateway Man, but he also doesn't even have shuttle support. He doesn't have shuttle speed. He just has one robotics pumping them.
Yeah, and Terran's approaching the amount of tanks that Light had in the Apocalypse game. Right now, it seems like, yeah, he's around 20 or so. Meanwhile, I don't see a lot of Templars available for Shuttle here, so he needs to have some type of God engagement, but he doesn't have even Zealot additional shuttles for Zealot bombs. I just don't see how these units get on top of these tanks.
Yeah, and I mean, Terran could almost unsiege a move here, but it is hard against Storm, and you don't want to throw away your army.
Definitely don't want to do that. You spent so long to get this many tanks. Oh, I thought he might have caught him out of siege, but he immediately sieges up. Gets a goon for free there.
Yeah, it's the Spider Terran, man.
It's the Spider Terran, man. He moves so quick, but not moving quick right now. He's just baiting Shuttle in. Templars unload, but that's not a good Storm. That one's okay. It gets 3 tanks, but all the Zealots are already dead.
And the Black Widow's about to eat its mate alive.
That was a massacre. That was max down to 110, and none of the tanks died, and now he can A-move.
Yeah, that was a big swing. Well, I mean, again, Terran's been in the driver's seat for a while now, and finally pulling the trigger here. He is going to move across the map straight to 12 o'clock, just split the map in half, have these tanks kind of create a wall. Then 12 o'clock is going to go down, and shortly thereafter, Terran's going to set his sights on the top right portion of this map. He also knows there's no expansions in the bottom left because he has spotters there. So I think this game is about to be over for Protoss.
That's a really good Storm there, but he doesn't actually end up killing any of the tanks. And this is not your grandma's wall. This is not a depot wall. This is just the Great Wall of tanks on the 4th base. Here comes Shuttle. This is probably the last stand here. He's coming from all sides. That's a good shuttle drop right there, finally. But the D Matrix comes in clutch. There's not very many Vulture support, but who needs Vulture support when you got this many tanks?
Yeah, and well, Protoss' supply plummeting. GG. Oh, what was that?
Slamming
Damn.
his keyboard, man.
Backslash, dude.
Yeah,
You see that?
mistype right there. Man, Rush killed it that game. He was kind of slow on the gun. Like I felt like his econ wasn't as rolling as it was. He was on the back foot the long time. Shuttle had some good attacks, but like you said, pointing out that interception at top right of the probes, that really did him in. He just never could recover from that.
Yeah, honestly, that attack, well, the first attack was completely demolished, but the second attack actually kind of carved through the Terran units, and large part can be attributed to, well, it was good storms, and then the upgrades from Terran weren't really online yet, but the fact that Rush basically picked off a whole probe, the entire probe line, kind of swung the game heavily in his favor thereafter.
Yep, so now Rush 1 game away from securing his spot in the round of 8. Shuttle been having some pretty good success with his attacks, like you said, but what's our second map? It is Dark Origin, right? Yep, there it is, Dark Origin.
Yeah, Dark Origin is going to be the map here. Shuttle is going to be happy about that. That's a good Protoss map, but we did see him kind of grief really hard against Light, so hopefully he doesn't do the same thing. But yeah, I mean, Rush is on match point here. He's on the precipice of advancing second in this group. Shuttle needs to win this game to stay alive. Dark Origin is the map for him to do it on for sure, but we'll see what he has prepared.
You think there's anything different that Shuttle should do in terms of playstyle? Like, does he need to get away from this Gateway Man, go Arbiters or something? Or do you think he can find success with it?
I mean, it's interesting you say that, because I was thinking about this as we get into the game here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 soon. But honestly, against this 5 factory style, like 1-1 play from Terran, the mass gateway style that Shuttle is doing absolutely counters if Terran ever wants to go for the push. If Terran ever commits to the push, they get completely mauled, which is what Light did. He defaulted to committing to the push like the games on Troy and Retro, and he got completely slammed. And that's because, well, Protoss has 8 gates. And how does he have 8 gates? Well, he's skipping stuff like robotics, a support bay or shuttle speed.
Well, the thing is he has 8 gates because you showed you have 5 factories.
Yeah, that too. Well, of course,
if you show me that you're going for mass factory, I'm going to put down mass gates.
But then we saw how, well, if Terran just sits there, it's not that effective, as Rush did in the game on Radeon. And I think, actually, the way Shuttle is playing is fine. But in my mind, if he gets into that position where Terran takes a third base, he needs to find the cycle where he cuts production, gets the 4th Nexus up, and then somehow transitions into something else. Whether that's Stargate or double robotics. And I'm assuming because he's cutting the support bay, I would like for him to go for a Stargate, which is kind of what Best was doing.
Well, we'll see if he does go for that. We've got I think this was an 11 normal racks timing. Didn't actually see it. Gas steel, of course.
Yep, very standard. I mean, we've seen this so many times at this point today. I do like that Rush didn't go for the 10 racks, though. Rush, honestly, has been on the ball with adapting to his opponents.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Even against Best, like the immediate game after they played, he watched the replay and adapted. And I think he watched what Shuttle was doing against Light, and he's adapting. And he knows here, I mean, so far today, we've only seen this opening. Gate at the natural into gas steel. We don't need to get a 10 racks against that. So Rush, honestly, I think Light kind of succumbed a bit to the pressure, the tournament environment pressure, but I feel like Rush kind of thrives in it. He's playing really well.
There's a reason that he's made it deep in the tournament multiple times. First Zealot out, in fact, it could be the only Zealot out because that's what happened the first time he was on Dark Origin. Probe has done a good job to already knock down that SCV, down to half health. So it basically can't come in and scout anymore because it is under threat of being knocked off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Oh, second Zealot, okay.
Well, This is definitely different from how Best was doing it, but this is kind of how Protosses usually play. And Rush does not opt to go for the eBay block, doesn't think it's necessary. And he is going to pull a couple of SCVs here to defend with the Marines.
Yeah, and this is much harder to deal with since the Zealot got sent immediately. There's only 3 Marines. The Zealot softens up 2 of them. Probe, oh, the sniper, downtown shot. But here comes his brother. He wants some action.
His brother from another mother, or from another colic crystal or something. And, well, actually, Rush
That didn't
does
do
not
much
lose
at
any
all.
more Marines. Yeah.
I actually thought that Zealot was going to get a couple of those Marines, but he got none of them. That's kind of painful.
Well, that is absolutely disastrous for Protoss because now he doesn't even have the option to run by. So this third Zealot is completely redundant. You know, if he keeps that second Zealot alive, then he might have some timing here, but yeah, I can't really say in a short amount of time just why this is bad for Protoss, but he's in a really bad spot.
Well, also, Terran at any moment could just, you know, continue to build Marines, unload, and then now you've built additional Zealots that he, in fact, built another Zealot. I think he has to, because if the Marines are coming, you're in trouble.
Well, he can't really do much anyway, because his core is still building.
He built 3 Zealots.
Yeah, and he's not even waiting for this third Zealot, and oh my god, right on the transfer, actually. So this was kind of fortunate for Terran, but he is going to lose a couple of SCVs. It's hard not to.
That was nice. He got 3 SCVs there. He needed that desperately. Zealot gets into the main. Sees only 1 fight. It forces Marines, too. That's great.
Yeah, and somehow this play is going to work out. I mean, Rush, he didn't keep making Marines. Had he gone up to something like 6 Marines, he would have just eradicated these Zealots. But instead, he lost a lot of SCVs, so that was a good play from Shuttle.
Yep, really nicely done. And in response, of course, there's the robotics. Much later than in previous games, you know, even, I think the Troy game, he had like a 3:45 robo. This is a 5-minute robo, so extremely slow in comparison.
Yeah, the price you pay for going for the Zealot run by. From Terran's perspective, if you have your SCV, your scouting SCV alive, and you just see Protoss non-stop rallying Zealots, you got to keep making Marines off that racks, because otherwise you don't have the DPS to kill them.
Yep.
So
I actually thought that Rush was going to float his racks down for a wall. I've seen players do that, but he didn't do that either, so that allowed them, of course, to get the kills. And again, it's a 3-fact follow-up. Did Rush do this earlier, or was this Light that did this? Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Against the Best on this map.
Okay, double add-on.
Yeah, it's going to be that 3-tank push with the Mass Vulture Flood. He is getting an eBay as well, and the second gas. Support bay, actually, from the Shuttle. Yeah, this is totally different from what he's been doing so far.
Yeah, I think this is smart. Rush has been pretty aggressive in general. I guess Radion was the one game that he wasn't aggro. So if you think he's going to be aggressive again, get that support bay, get the Reaver, and then all of a sudden, good luck getting across those bridges. SCV comes in and will not really see much. I don't think he can really deduce anything from this, because I don't expect the third Nexus to be down in general at this point in the game.
Yeah. Well, although, I mean, so far, given the fact that the early game was a bit hectic with the amount of Zealots produced, I think it's hard for Terran to get a read on what Protoss is doing just from that scout. And it looks like it is going to be the 3-tank push, Mass Vulture rally behind this, and this can give a lot of trouble, even if you have a Reaver out, depending on how fast this comes.
What's this?
It's a lot of Vultures, but where does he go with this army?
This is a sneaky move. He's going to completely avoid everything. Not that there was a goon or observer outside of the base. Oh, he's going for the mix-up. It's going to be carriers. Now, I think at this point, when the Vulture spotted there's no third base, he may be able to figure out something weird's going on. Because at this point, you know, 7:30 in the game, there should be a Nexus now.
I'm really liking this from Shuttle, because if he stops this pressure with this Reaver, which I think he will, he's going to be in a really good spot, actually. The Shuttle comes back with the Reaver and does not unload yet. A couple mines do get planted. Rush does know that he can't really push into this maybe if he waits for siege mode, but I think he's just going to pull back, and wise decision there from Rush, actually. Also knowing there's no third base to attack, now he can kind of put Protoss on a 2-base like Stargate play, most likely.
Yeah, and Rush's supply is already so high. That's really good fallback micro with the tank. Reaver's still alive though. Oh, it almost connects a mine, but he picks up the Reaver in time.
Shuttle's playing well, man, and actually both players are playing really well. But Terran just has so much production with the 3 factory. He's basically mirroring Protoss's production, especially Protoss is making Stargates behind this. But the longer this goes, actually, the more it favors Protoss, because he's buying so much time for these Stargates to come online, for the carriers to start building.
Yeah, if he can get some carriers out, that'd be great. But he's still continuing to push. Like, you gotta remember, these tanks already took a big shot. Like, they're pretty vulnerable to just goons. The first carrier is coming in the main of Rush, 4th, 5th factory. Despite not having scans, I think he's gonna flood factories here, at least 6, maybe 7 facts.
Yeah, but these factories are very late. He spent so much minerals on vultures that didn't really slow down. Like, it's not really slowing down Protoss's build, but it's slowing down Terran's build. So if there was a timing for a 5-fact, 6-fact pre-carrier, it's slowly slipping away the more vultures he makes.
Oh man, if any mine connects, that could be devastating, and he takes down both of the goons. Now he's gonna get into the main. Oh, he actually didn't split up any of the vultures. Well, now he confirms that there's carriers coming, but he's gonna get in here. There's no cannons. How many probes can he actually get? The answer is he didn't really get that many.
That was a very clutch play from Rush, actually finding value for these vultures, because had he not done that, I think Protoss would have been in an amazing spot. But okay, he does see that it's carriers, but can he react to it? I mean, he's been very committed to this 3-fact. Okay, now getting a lot of probes as well. So the tail end of that, there is a lot of damage economically, but does Rush have the timing on these factories? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. It is 6-fact though, so he does have a lot of production available. The Reaver was never taken out, so that's still gonna be an effective unit. The tank count is starting to get really high now. It's at 7. First few Goliaths are out in the field too. There's still no third base for Protoss.
Yeah, and that's kind of alarming if you're a Shuttle fan, because he should be at least expanding at this point. And
oh my
wow.
gosh, that was a big mistake there. A lot of the goons for Shuttle just died to 2 mines.
Wow, that was massive. And honestly, Protoss cannot afford that, because he's not on that many gateways, and he's facing down the barrel of a timing attack from Terran.
Yeah.
So he needs all the supply he can get.
Yeah, and this is all buildable terrain right outside the bridges. Like, he can just spam 1 billion turrets here if he wants.
Yeah. Well, Rush is slowly inching across the bridges.
He's already made it across. I think losing those 4 goons was just enough to make Rush feel confident that he can make it across. Now he's on his doorstep. All of that terrain you see right here, well, half of the terrain you see right there is buildable. He can put up like 6 turrets to help support these Goliaths.
It's only 2 carriers, and mind you, they have to build those interceptors out. So even if he gets up to 4 carriers, and those 2 new carriers, they basically take an entire carrier's worth of build time to build the interceptors.
Yep. The thing is I don't even think he needs to focus on the tanks right here. He needs to get rid of those SCVs, because they're just going to continuously build these turrets over and over and over.
Yeah, I think Shuttle is in a really, really tough spot here, because I don't see him holding on to his Nexus. I mean, I think he can maybe get up to 4 carriers, but he is 100% going to lose this Nexus.
You got to remember also, the Zealots don't have speed, so this is a meek right. Wow, there's 3 SCVs here, so they body block, they build turrets. 1 tank is gone. Meanwhile, Reaver gets unloaded, gets immediately blown up. SCV is still alive building that turret. The goons, all of them are dead, and this has got to be it, right? There's just not enough.
Well, supplies are dropping for Protoss, and he only has 3 carriers. Where's the 4th carrier? Well, they don't even have interceptors, so it doesn't really matter. Vultures get inside of the base as well. And Rush completely dismantling Shuttle in these games.
Yep, I like the mix-up from Shuttle here to finally go carriers, but just not enough stuff. Losing the 4 goons obviously hurt him. Oh man, see ya, carriers, and Shuttle knows it. It's time for the Chi-Chi, and that means that Rush, he will survive this group.
Yeah, Rush is gonna be happy that he had to play Shuttle, not Light, in this game. So just dominating performance there from Rush.
Yeah, in all the games that we saw from Rush, other than, well, at least versus the games versus Shuttle, like there was no point in any of those games where he was really under threat. Like he was in the driver's seat basically the entire series. So well done from him. He really brought it today.
Yeah, and again, I just can't believe Light got eliminated by Shuttle, and it's got to be tilting Shuttle or Rush making it look so easy after. Honestly, I mean, these games, they weren't really. The first game, I think Shuttle had some good play in it, but I mean, Rush basically dealt with it very convincingly, and that's it, man.
Yeah.
Rush is gonna make it through. Best made it through earlier.
Yeah, Best really brought it. He had a great game on Apocalypse versus Light. I think the most disappointing thing for me as far as Light game goes is when you think of Light, you think of the insane defense, right? He just hits his upgrades, he hits his macro, and then he wins the game in the late game. But in all the games he played versus Shuttle, he did his timing on, what was it, Retro? He was in the middle of the map weirdly. And then he did a 6-fact on Troy. It felt like he didn't do anything that he excels at, you know?
Yeah, that was just the games. Honestly, his series against Shuttle was so weird. Even against Best, when he tried to push into the the Reaver right on Apocalypse in the early game after his Rax expand, that was also questionable. So I think Light today just not his best day, and sometimes that's just how it goes, man. It doesn't matter how much you practice, doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes you have a good day and sometimes you have a bad day, and today was just not Light's day, and he does get eliminated first. Rush is potentially going to be the only Terran in the round of 8 because tomorrow we have a group with 2 Terrans in it, but they have some tough competition.
Yeah, tough competition to say the least. Snow, this guy just doesn't lose. Protoss versus Terran. I actually thought we had one other Terran, but I guess none of them made it through.
Right? Yeah, they're all dead, man.
Yeah, I mean, JYJ, how does he not make it out? But then you look at his group and it's got Sulky and Beast, and you're like, okay, we can understand that. Then Group B, how does Royal not make it out? Oh, it's because Hero and Mini's in there. Light, how does he not make it out? Well, Best is in there, Shuttle's in there, Rush is in there. Yeah, Shuttle's in there.
That's still so surprising to me, and I can only imagine the disappointment for Light. Again, Shuttle, I mean, it's got to be heartbreaking because Shuttle beating Light, that's a massive achievement, especially in a tournament setting. But it doesn't matter. He still gets eliminated today. So you really, these groups can be really brutal because you might have one good performance in them, but you need to have more than just that.
Yep. And like you said, tomorrow is another stack group. Sharp, he won that slot
wild card.
Yeah, the wild card match that Effort gave up. Mind, you know, he's played in the past couple seasons. He went to the finals, like in the first season he came back. He's always very dangerous. Like his TVP, every time I see it, like he's just blowing people up left and right. Then we've got Action, who's always amazing, and then Snow, of course. This guy legitimately just doesn't lose versus Terran. Like it just doesn't happen. So this is going to be a really hard group, I think, overall for our 2 Terran players.
Yeah, Snow legitimately doesn't lose in general, but especially not versus Terran. So, well, I mean, we were talking about how Light was possibly the best player coming into this tournament, but then he lost to Shuttle, who is viewed by many the pros as not, maybe bottom 3 in this group of pool of players. So literally anything can happen, and Snow has also had difficulties converting his online performance and his online consistency into tournament results. So I mean, anything could happen tomorrow, but again, you gotta think with Sharp and Mine in the group, Snow should be able to get through.
You would think so. As far as the matches go tomorrow, we've got Sharp versus Mine first. Because of how deadly Sharp is in Terran versus Terran, I feel like that's going to be a really hard matchup for Mind. When Mind played the finals versus JYJ, it was just kind of an outclass. Like JYJ was just way above him. Mind got absolutely crushed. So I feel like Sharp is probably the guy for that particular match. Then Action versus Snow. Action always has really solid ZVP. For some reason, whenever he plays Best, though, Best makes some huge comebacks, but Snow's not Best. I mean, Snow's at least equal in skill. But in general, Action's really solid ZVP, so that could be exciting.
Yeah, well, I mean that there is a world where Snow potentially would have to play Action back to back if he loses to Action and then Action loses to someone in the winners match, and then all of a sudden Snow can't rely on his PVT, and we have seen him struggle in PVC, calling back to that ASL where he got eliminated by Gameo, in the round of 24, which wasn't too long ago. So, I mean, anything can happen. Like we saw today, Light got eliminated by Shuttle. Literally anything can happen.
Yes, we are aware of that fact.
Yeah, I mean, I will keep talking about it. I mean, it's just surprising. Nyoken, Light, #1 rated player online, playing his most successful matchup in. I mean, he won an ASL off of his TVP against Bisu and Rain. And then he loses to Shuttle.
I know, man. I remember somebody telling me that he was as good as Flash. Do you know that? You know who said that?
We're talking about Rush, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Rush, exactly, him. And that means, look at our finalists for the round of 8. We've got Sulky, Hero, and Best in first place. Bisu, Mini, and Rush. And
honestly, this is looking so hype, man.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's how. I mean, look at these players.
These are the players that you want to be in the round of 8. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I hope if Snow and Action make it through, I mean, that's gonna be insane.
Yeah, I don't even care if they get first or second. Like, just get them out there. I mean, I as a Terran, I want at least one Terran to make it through, just so we don't have to rely on the single Terran hope to make it all the way to the finals.
Well, I think that would be exciting if it's Rush, ASL champ, ASL 17 champ Rush.
Well, that would be a very exciting storyline. You're the one remaining Terran, and you go the distance.
Yeah, that would be his dream run. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow's going to be an absolutely sick group. I think this group is probably the least stacked out of all the groups that we've had so far. And I think the Terrans are definitely underdogs heading into this group. So it's going to be fun to watch.
Indeed it is. And we got our caster screen coming up now.
Oh,
here we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Coming back. Yeah, we're here.
We're here.
I'm ready for my 100-hour stream.
Oh yeah, what did you say? Oh, if Shuttle makes it out, you're gonna do your 100-hour stream.
No,
well, I guess you don't have to do that, but maybe we can get a 10-hour stream. I saw you yesterday go 7 hours.
Yeah, and I could have kept going, but then I realized I was way too tired and tilted, so I should probably call it.
Yeah, and then you turned it back on like an hour later. I was like looking at the clock. I'm like, this guy's gotta wake up in a few hours, and he's still going.
I might turn it on in a bit here. I might go eat breakfast and not sleep, and just go stream on what is it? When did I go? I went to sleep at like 1 a.m. I think, and then I woke up at 5:30.
Oh,
you were awake really early, man. I had to rely on my alarm this time.
Well, that's because I went to sleep at like 10. I didn't go to sleep at 1.
Yeah. Well, I can't sleep that early. I don't know.
You definitely.
It's like my body clock. Like it's not even like I don't think I could ever make my body go sleep that late or that early.
It's tough, man. You got to prepare for it. But we did just get signal from the casters that today is over. So again, guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with the final group of the round of 16. Can we get another Terran in? Is the question.
Thanks, guys. Make sure to check out the StarCast Patreon and check out Nyoken's Twitch. Check out my Twitch, Gypsy93. And, well, hopefully Nyoken will stream soon.
Yeah, hopefully. All right. See you guys later.